Hello. I may have messed up again. Okay, so what I may or may not have done. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. What I may or may not have done is I may have started recording without streaming. Oops. There we go. I see people. I still haven't perfected seeing the chat yet, but we're working on it. If I can figure out how to put some sort of like chat buffer on the screen, like where y'all can see chat like on the stream itself, I might look into that, but for now I guess this works. But anyways, welcome. Today we're gonna be looking at these fine specimens right here. So fun fact for anyone who didn't know, I started in 2013 with Pokemon X. My IRL best friend, well, one of them, gave me his copy of the game because I don't know why, he just thought I'd like it. And then I didn't give it back for like half a year. Played the heck out of that game. And then I bought a copy of Alpha Sapphire. Some Wiz lore. I don't know. It says, I have no idea who all is here and who's just like said something in chat and dipped, because it says I only have one viewer. But welcome Crank, welcome Hisoa, and welcome Lucy. I hope y'all like Megas. I like Megas. The last one you played? Ugh, it's okay. Scarlet and Violet might be the last one I play. Ooh. So before we get too far into it, is the music too loud? Am I too loud? Or is it perfectly balanced, as all things should be? I think I can close the stream. I think I'm okay. I'll just leave my phone right here. Everything good? Okay. But yeah, so I started with X and Y. So things like fairy type and megas are just kind of second nature to me. I've just always had them. And going back to older games, music might be a tad too loud. I can fix that real quick. 1 second. Is that too quiet or is that good? I don't know. We're gonna go with that for now. I I really don't know where I was going with this intro. Uh, I like megas. We're gonna talk about megas today. So, oh yeah, I need to open up Showdown as well, just so we can have a visual guide. Where's Natdex? Oh, it's over here. Okay. Just so we can have a visual guide as to the Pokemon we're looking at. I'll go ahead and queue up Venusaur. Oh, it's like partially off screen. That's not great. Oh yeah, because you just can't see the stats at all. Oh. Can I... Yeah. Oh, but you can see all my... Oh, Lord. Professional streamer here, don't worry. I don't know, that's maybe good enough. Put that like right here. Yeah, I like it. Okay. And now I've lost chat. Hold on, there we go. Yeah. Back in my day, we used hidden power to have Bug Stab and Steel Resisted Ghost. And what the hell is a fairy? I actually didn't know there was a downloadable client. I might have to look into that off screen. There's several things I want to improve for these more tier listy videos, but for now this is kind of it as far as what I can do. So I'm gonna improve my craft, I swear. So I guess the most important thing to talk about is how am I gonna be tiering these mega evolutions? Because they're not really like a new Pokemon on their own. It's more, do you like the base form? Do you like the buffs, in quote, that the Mega gives? And do you like the design of the Mega? I feel like that's kind of what you have to rank. Because, like for an example, I like Sableye just as a Pokemon. Sableye gets great buffs as a Mega, and I think the design is cool. So it's a really good Mega. We'll get into some examples of ones I don't like later, but I think that's how I'm gonna go about tiering it. Yeah, I'll definitely have to look into the client. I think I'm gonna have to pull up the stream on my phone just to look at chat because it keeps poofing away on the other screen. So I don't know. We'll fix that later. For now, Megas. So starting off, we have Mega Venusaur. And we'll go ahead and call up the stats here. Make sure this is on screen. So base Venusaur has pretty average stats for a starter, I'd say. I think it is popped out. It's just every time I click away, Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to play with it later. It might honestly be worth it to have just a technical difficulty stream where people just yell at me for being bad at this. But anyways, Venusaur. We're talking about Venusaur. So as you see, 80 HP, 83 defense, 100 special defense. This is like a bulky grass type, right? And we all know how just god awful it is to be a bulky grass type. Oh, it has chlorophyll and 80 speed. Okay, that's a pretty good Pokemon. So did it need a Mega Evolution? 123 defense, 120 special defense, 122 special attack. And for some reason they buffed its attack. I don't know why they did that. I guess you could use Earthquake or Knockoff. You might actually use Knockoff. But I think the basic idea on why you would want to use Mega Venusaur is Thick Fat. Its new ability as a Mega. Because I believe you gain... Or no, you don't gain anything. You lose your ice weakness and you lose your fire weakness. I'm pretty sure. So, at that point, you are weak to psychic and flying. And you have, like, these defenses. Pretty solid. It's the best Xerneas check in Ubers. I'd believe that. Super bulky poison type. So this is one of the few defensive megas that I think actually works. Because a huge problem with being a Mega Evolution that wants to be a defensive Pokemon is you can't hold leftovers. Or like a citrus berry or something. You're stuck with your Mega Stone. Which means you have to have a good way to heal up. And Venusaur does. It has Leech Seed, Giga Drain, Synthesis, other grass type statusy things. Oh yeah, it can roar too. Overall, I'd say Venusaur is probably, unless I prove myself wrong later, but I think it's probably the best defensive Mega Evolution. I don't think there's really one that tops it in just sitting there taking hits. Anything else to say about Venusaur? I think the main reason it's going in A tier is I'm not huge on the design. It just kind of... It grows like a palm tree on its back. And it like blooms a flower on its head. I don't know. Like, overall, it just kind of still looks like Venusaur. It's just like a Venusaur that kind of got overgrown. I don't know if it gets clear smog. Let's find out. It doesn't get clear smog. Alright. I'll let chat throw in a few more thoughts on Venusaur while I call up the Charizard family. And I think I want to talk about Y before I talk about X. It has a flower on its butt? Does it really? I'll have to look at the 3D model later. It does kind of look like a past Paradox. Like, you know how Brute Bonnet looks like, where it's kind of has like the vines and everything. I would believe Mega Venusaur being like a past Paradox Mon if they introduced it nowadays. Alright, so next up we have Charizard. Fan favorite Pokemon from Generation 1. You can't escape Charizard. It just always comes back. It's the William Afton of Pokemon, if you will. And, really with Charizard, the only stats you're looking at are 109 special attack, 100 speed. So you have pretty solid speed, pretty good special attack, and you have solar power. So hey, that's pretty nice. So Charizard, kind of similarly to Venusaur, is a Sun Sweeper. It has boosted fire moves, it has Solar Beam, and then just kind of whatever coverage moves you might want to use. Air Slash, Dragon Pulse, Focus Blast. It doesn't have great options for coverage, but I mean, you're cooking most things with a boosted Fire Blast, so... I would say, overall, Charizard isn't great nowadays. Its biggest weakness is this typing right here, Fire and Flying. That's pretty depressing. There's these things called Stealth Rock, and if Charizard touches one, it dies. Like, technically it's 50% of its health. It's 100% of its health. Because if you switch in Charizard, it dies. So what do the Megas do to kind of repair Charizard? Do you see it? Plus 50 to special attack and Drought. Mega Charizard Y basically takes base Charizard and fixes... Oh, it does have a flower on its butt. That's hilarious. Thank you for the picture. What was I talking about with Charizard? Oh yeah, so base Charizard is built to be a Sun Sweeper. You get the Sun for free, and you basically get the Solar Power boost for free too, because you have plus 50 special attack and the Drought boost without needing a partner. Praise the Sun. You also get a slight attack increase. I don't know why. Sadly, you don't get any speed. And your special defense goes up. I guess that's good for water moves. Drought already decreases water attack damage. So you might be able to tank a few Scalds a little better. Overall, Mega Charizard Y... I mean, I have to give it an S tier. It's just Charizard, but better. Like, what's to complain about? Like, I love Megas that take the base idea of a Pokemon and actually make it work. And I think Charizard Y is the first example of that. So why did I skip the Charizard Y? Well, because we have this fan OC here. Charizard X. Now, you might notice some odd differences here. Charizard X becomes a bulky mixed attacker? Hoenn moment. And it also gains the dragon typing. So, advantages over base Charizard. You lose the quadruple Stealth Rock weakness. But, I mean, you have to beat Charizard at base to Mega Evolve into X, so that's not that great. And, I mean, you gain a lot more attack in both stats, but I would say the issue with Charizard X is Tough Claws. The problem with having Tough Claws is it only boosts your contact moves, which mostly means physical attacks. Which means this buff to special attack that it got is mostly useless. It's Charizard, but with black, and it has blue fire and bloody claws, and it shoots plasma beams. It's so cool, gotta be S tier. I don't think it deserves a B. I'm gonna put it in A tier. It's very similar to Venusaur to me, where they just kind of made a buffed version of the Pokemon without thinking about what the Pokemon's job is. Because, like, Venusaur's a Sun Sweeper. Nah, Venusaur's a bulky wall, sure. And I mean, regular Venusaur does work as a bulky wall very well. But I would argue it's one of the better Sun Sweepers. And then Charizard is a Sun Sweeper. Mega Charizard Y is a Sun Sweeper. And then X is just kind of like your fan OC that you have in the corner. Oh, my Charizard's so edgy. He's black, and he has Draconic Flames, and he's finally a Dragon type. Blastoise. Or actually, any more thoughts on Charizard X? He truly is Game Freak's love child. Alright, so moving on. Blastoise. Time has not been Blastoise's friend. I'm going to show you the one move that keeps Blastoise from being completely irrelevant in the modern day. That's it. What else are you using Blastoise for? Blastoise is personally my favorite Kanto starter. And it is a good starter Pokemon. But speaking in like battling, why are you using Blastoise? There's so many better bulky water types. You could be using Toxapex, Swampert, which we'll get to, Gastrodon, etc, etc, etc. So many. Even Starmie's better as a spinner. You're pretty right. I guess just for the sake of having it on here, and I'm not gonna talk about Shell Smash because Mega Blastoise never got Shell Smash. If it got Shell Smash, then I would definitely talk about it, but unfortunately, we never saw Shell Smash Mega Blastoise see the light of day. I wish I could talk today, man. Probably like Roar, Protect. So this would be like a pretty typical Blastoise set. Like, I don't know if there's anything that you could really add to this. So let's talk about the Mega. Oh, wow. They gave Blastoise attacking stats. Hey! I wish they gave it speed. So, Mega Blastoise finally gets to use the cannons. And he has Mega Launcher, which means obviously you get to use Origin Pulse. I wish. Mega Launcher is one of the more interesting abilities added in X and Y, just because you get a boost to... trying to think what other moves. I think this is all the moves that Blastoise learns that gets a boost for Mega Launcher. Yeah, Shell Smash Mega Blastoise would have been insane. Like, it already has decent speed, so at +2, you're actually outspeeding a lot, but... So, Water Pulse isn't too impressive, but luckily it's a water type, so it can just run Scald, and then you learn Ice Beam. And then Aura Sphere and Dark Pulse get a massive boost, so then you just kind of destroy things with your 135 base special attack, Mega Launcher boosted attacks. That set radiates bulky water with no outstanding redeeming qualities. It definitely does. That's kind of how I feel about Blastoise, sadly. Again, Blastoise is my favorite Kanto starter. I do love Blastoise, but speaking as taking Blastoise into a Pokemon battle, I don't know what it's doing. It's very sad. It does have a great move pool, though, because it is a starter. I mean, counting stuff that it got added in the modern day. Body Press, Shell Smash, Earthquake, Flip Turn, Hydro Pump, Outrage, Rock Slide. It has a lot of good moves. So, like, in-game, fantastic Pokemon. Oh, I forgot about Dragon Pulse. Do you really want to use Dragon Pulse, though? What is Dragon Pulse for? And honestly, as somebody who's used Clawitzer a lot, which is kind of like the Mega Blastoise at home, you really don't need Fighting and Dark. So you can run... like, for example, Rapid Spin on it. And don't look at this as like Generation 8 +1 speed Rapid Spin. I wish that would be a great buff for it, even without Shell Smash. But look at it more as you're doing insane damage and you have utility. It bonks dragons harder than Ice Beam. Yeah, but Ice Beam takes care of grass types. So overall, I know so far I've been ranking by how a Pokemon's Mega Evolution improves on what the Pokemon naturally does, but I think Blastoise just fixes Blastoise. Because, I mean, you look at it and you go, it's got guns. It's just eliminating everything, Terminator style. But no, it's just a generic bulky water. It would use Dragon Pulse for Hydreigon? I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't use Dragon Pulse. I'm more giving them, like, a generic set for you to go, oh, okay. This is the Pokemon. I got it. But, yeah, like, Dragon Pulse isn't a bad move, especially with the Mega Launcher boost. Because I think it comes close to, like, Draco Meteor without the downside with the Mega Launcher boost. And, I mean, Draco Meteor is a good move. So, alright, any more thoughts about Blastoise before we move on to the bee? Oh, God. Yeah, I think the main problem with Dragon Pulse is, as a water type, you want ice coverage. Like, if you're a water type that doesn't learn an ice move, that's a huge problem. Because ice means you beat one of your checks, which is grass. You have one more thought? Okay, I'll give you a second. Let you type. Yeah, I agree. I wish Mega Launcher boosted more, like... So I don't know off the top of my head what all bulletproof blocks, but I wish, like, the bulletproof list was the Mega Launcher list. So, like, instead of, like, Aura and Pulse moves exclusively, you boosted the ballistic moves. That would make more sense to give, like, Blastoise more attack, too. Because then you could fire off, like, Rock Blast or something. But I don't know. So, the bee. These are the bee's stats. And before you laugh at it, remember that you get a Beedrill at, like, level 15. Oh yeah, it doesn't boost Hydro Cannon. That's so weird. It boosts Origin Pulse, though. The exclusive move to Kyogre. Ball, Bomb, and Cannon moves. That's what I thought. It blocks Aura Sphere, right? Anyways, so this is the bee. And again, you get this at, like, level 15. So yes, these stats are awful, but this is, like, the Pokemon that carries you through the early game. What are you doing with Beedrill in a competitive match? I guess you're in, like, Generation 7 ZU? I don't know. I don't know what you're doing. So, it gets Sniper, which is kind of nice. Does it get any high crit moves? I guess Drill Run. What are you doing? You're losing. Truer words have never been spoken. Does Beedrill get Cross Poison? It doesn't get cross poison? Why does it not get cross poison? It learns X Scissor. This is so sad. Pour one out for Beedrill. So this is gonna be very similar to Blastoise, in that this Mega I'm about to show you just kind of improves the Pokemon to where it's usable. 1 second. Hello? Alright, sorry about that. My dog started barking at the neighbors outside. Hopefully, that wasn't too loud. I don't even know if the mic picked it up. It might have not. But yeah, so before I show you these stats, remember these stats. What a glow up. So, you might notice one of the stats goes down. I don't know if any other Mega Evolution does this, but they actually ended up min-maxing Beedrill because they knew that it's really only using physical attacks. And they put all of its stats into its best... all of its stats into its two best stats, which is attack and speed. It does have 80 Spadef, but... I mean, they did keep it. I wish you could give this thing Choice Band. It would be so broken. Yeah, if good old Landorus Therian didn't exist in like Generation 6 and 7 OU, this probably would be just mowing over teams late game. Probably like knockoff. So this would be like a pretty standard B set, in my opinion. You're fast. You either kill everything or you U-turn out. And the adaptability boost on U-turn is super relevant, because you are cooking things with U-turn. And then they can't even damage you because you're gone. Most Megas weren't min-maxed, or at least not to the extent of Beedrill. That's what I remember. I'm kind of going over these stats just to see if any one of these Pokemon surprise me, because I remember what their roles are, but... So, obviously, the B, I think, is gonna go at the bottom of S. So why don't I put it higher? I mean, it's Beedrill. It's still not that exciting. I mean, it's an actually good Pokemon now. Oh yeah, Fell Stinger over Knockoff. Get the +3 attack boost, and then just mow over the rest of their team with like Drill Run and Poison Jab. Very true. So Beedrill is very good, but I mean, it's still just a Beedrill. The move pool isn't that exciting, and there are other megas that I feel have more interesting and powerful effects than adaptability boosts to probably the two worst stab types in the game, Bug and Poison. Oh, I forgot it learned Pursuit. Oh yeah, and I should mention, anytime a Pokemon gets a speed increase, in I think only X and Y, maybe Oris too, the speed mechanics made it to where you used your old speed stat first. So in the X and Y days, you'd probably want to run Protect just for the first turn you're on the field. But you don't have to worry about that, at least in Generation 7, maybe in Oris. I don't remember exactly. It also learns Toxic Spikes, so it can be like a suicide lead. It learns Pursuit, which I miss Pursuit. It used to cook so many things. Definitely a solid Pokemon. Any other thoughts on Beedrill before we move on to the turkey bird himself? Oh god, these abilities. So before you lies, the mighty Pidgeot, be in fear. I'm telling you to be in fear because you should be using Fearow. Yeah, this thing is horrible. Just for comparison, this is Fearow. These are Fearow's stats. These are Pidgeot's stats. So you lose 1 base speed in exchange for 10 more attack. Yeah, you should probably be using Fearow. Fearow also has a real ability in Sniper. Keen Eye, Big Pecs, Tangled Feet? What are you doing with this thing? And the move pool is like pretty garbage too. You do have Defog and Pursuit, U-Turn, Toxic, Whirlwind. It's kind of it. Besides that, just kind of typical flying and normal moves. Nothing very exciting. So how do you improve Pidgeot? Well, you just make it a special attacker with no guard. Sure. So this Pokemon is famous for no guard Hurricane. And not really anything else. It fires off heat waves. I didn't mean to get rid of Hurricane there. It can roost. And, I mean, you have U-turn. That's a moveset right there. Mega Pidgeot, I don't want to say struggles with, but it wishes it had a little bit more of a move pool. Because the two moves I put here are really it as far as its special move pool. I mean, it gets like Hyper Beam, I think. Please tell me it gets Hyper Beam. It does get Hyper Beam. Okay. So you do have no guard Hyper Beams. But I wouldn't use it if I were you. Hyper Beam, I mean. I would use Mega Pidgeot. Because no guard Hurricane off of 135 special attack is really good. You have a 30% confusion chance. Which confusion isn't the best status. But like free confusion is pretty good. And then what resists flying moves? Steel type? Melt them with Hurricane. What are you weak? Or Hurricane. Melt them with Heat Wave. What are you weak to? Ice types? Melt them with Heat Wave. And then you have U-turn in case there's like a rock type or something that you just can't deal with. Refresh was a common move. I actually didn't know about this. Let me look at this stat. So, chat is telling me that this was a viable set back in the day, and I 100% believe it. Because Hurricane, that can never miss, is that good. Flying Stab is incredible to have. And being able to boost that even further with Workup, incredible. Now, I don't know why Pidgeot can't have a calm mind or a nasty plot. I guess it's because it went Super Saiyan, right? So it has to be the hero. I don't know. Overall, I think I like it more than... Do I like it more than Beedrill? I'm gonna put it below Beedrill. I think that not this guy, but the other three Pokemon in S tier take pretty mediocre to useless Pokemon and make them extremely viable to where you would want to throw them on most of your teams, not all of them. Like, I'm pretty sure Pidgeot and Beedrill were both UU or underused for most of their life, and Blastoise was RU. I might be wrong, but even then, that's better than like untiered. So, any more thoughts on Pidgeot before we move on to probably my first controversial pick? I always forget about Refresh as a move, Just because, like, I don't know, I've never really used it. It is a really powerful effect, though. Being able to get rid of your own status. Oh, Pidgeot was borderline. Way to go, Pidgey. Alright, so Alakazam. I'll just throw up a pretty typical Alakazam here. Go with that. So something similar to this is the Alakazam set I used in a Ultra Sun and Moon draft league back in the day. So I actually do know a lot about Alakazam. And it's a pretty great Pokemon. The problem is it has glass bones and paper skin. 55 HP, 45 defense. You're probably dying. But luckily you have the best ability in the game, Magic Guard. Which means Focus Sash is pretty free. And so, like, a huge threat you want to get out of the way, you can just counter. I would say that you don't always have to do this. You could run Calm Mind and a Life Orb. And Life Orb combos with Magic Guard to where you get the attack boost from the Life Orb without the recoil of the Life Orb. It's definitely the best Focus Sash user in the entire game. I 100% agree. I used Sash Alakazam to many rewards. And by rewards, I mean I ranked like 13th, but it was still very fun to use. Now, Mega Alakazam. Do you see a big difference here? Not really, right? The special attack gets a lot better. The speed gets insanely better. And it gets a little bulkier. The big thing here is Trace. Now if you don't know what Trace does, basically Trace means in a single battle, if you bring out your Trace user, you steal your opponent's ability. So if your opponent has, let's say, Parental Bond, then now Alakazam has Parental Bond. Let's say your opponent has Magic Guard. Now you have Magic Guard. It's not as useful with the Mega Stone equipped, but it's still pretty good. Did they actually give it more physical attack? 50... No, it's the same. 50. 50 attack, 50 attack. Yeah. I was about to say, there's no way. They did give it more defense, which is pretty funny. But apparently, from what I've heard, having 65 defense actually does help it. So really, Mega Alakazam functions the exact same as regular Alakazam. Only it has these juiced up stats and Trace. Now, obviously, if we were talking about national decks, then I would talk about how they gave it Nasty Plot and how it's rocking out in Ubers now. But a lot like Blastoise, that would require Mega Alakazam to be in Sword and Shield, which it never came. Sad. Overall, I think Mega Alakazam is going to be our first B tier Pokemon. In a lot of ways, the only advantage I would say Mega Alakazam has over regular is it has higher speed. Because Mega Alakazam, like damage wise, is pretty comparable to Life Orb Alakazam. Like obviously the Mega is gonna do a little bit more, but you could use regular Alakazam and then like Mega Charizard Y. So there's a little less incentive to want to not waste your Mega Stone, but use your Mega Stone on Alakazam when you could be getting more bang for your buck out of this guy. Or even like, no, not Pidgey. But, I mean, hopefully you understand what I'm saying. Any more thoughts on Alakazam? I do think the design is amazing. The like wise sage beard, and he has even more spoons. I don't know why they gave it 5 spoons. Kind of weird. You think they would just give it like a 3rd spoon? Alright, so this is the most evil Pokemon ever created. Do you see this face? This is the face of a Pokemon that's about to teleport out, bring back all of its HP, and bring out any sweeper. Zacian. Let's go with Zacian. Unfortunately, we are talking about Slowbro before Teleport, since Megas weren't in Sword and Shield. And I mean, it was good. Regenerator is another one of the best abilities in the game. You have your leftovers. You have your Scald. And then from there, there's a couple of, like, random things you can do. It does get Slack Off. And if you really wanted to, Calm Mind to kind of patch up your lower special defense and make your Scalds hurt a bit more. But this is basically just a physically defensive wall that launches off Scalds and Toxics. It's just your typical wall Pokemon. It really wishes it had a little bit of a better type. But, I mean, overall, it's not like the worst thing. Also, this isn't a set I'm recommending. I was just kind of picking moves. So, there's a lot better things you could be doing with Slowbro. I've seen Curse Slowbro used before. Since you have horrible speed, you can boost up your defense even more and use your respectable physical move pool. It's mostly like Earthquake. Also, while we're looking at the move pool, did you know Slowbro got Flamethrower and Fire Blast? It's so random. Like, it makes more sense for Gyarados. I don't know why Slowbro can launch Flamethrowers. Slow-o, bro-o. Oh no-o. So what does the Mega do? So Slowbro's all about switching out with Regenerator, right? Because it just has so much to gain from keeping its fantastic bulk, 110 defense, 95 HP. Well, I mean, the defense got better. Shell armor. What happened to Regenerator? Nah, I'm just joking. Let me show you what makes this such a powerhouse. Let's go with like Ice Beam for the last move, I guess. Say hello to your doom. Now, I acted like I was sad that you only got Shell Armor as an ability. Having Shell Armor is incredible for how insanely bulky this Pokemon is. You'll notice that this line is going farther than it can read. The only real weakness that Mega Slowbro has is this special defense, which is why you can Calm Mind. And you can't break its defenses with critical hits, thanks to Shell Armor. So this is a really good setup sweeper. The issue is, it's still really slow. 30 speed. I mean, you can use it on Trick Room, but that kind of limits it to double battles. You can use it in singles, but I don't know if you'd want to over other water-type megas. And, like, I mean, it's not really that spectacular as a psychic type. For sure, too. Also, having Shell Armor means you lose a lot less battles to luck. Oh, I think we've run out of music. 1 second. Oh, hold on. Alright. So where do I want to rank Slowbro? I think top of A. What really holds it back for me is, like, base Slowbro is such an incredible Pokemon on its own that you're really picking in between, do I want to be a slow, bulky setup Pokemon or a supportive defensive wall Pokemon? So it's kind of what your team needs, which makes it interesting. Because kind of like Alakazam, there's a debate on whether or not you want to use the Mega Stone over leftovers. But I think, especially with Teleport, you'd rather use regular Slowbro, which is kind of sad, but true. Any more thoughts on Slowbro before we move on to the Undertaker? There we go. Alright. Tremble in fear before the mighty Gengar. How the mighty have fallen. So, Gengar, starting out in Generation 1, had, like, no stab moves, but it was the only ghost type, so it was incredible. Generation 3 on, you have stab moves, and you had levitate. So it was pretty good. You switch in on Earthquake, the best move in the game. You aren't damaged by spikes. In Generation 7, for some reason, they decided to nerf Gengar with Cursed Body. Now, I'm not gonna say Cursed Body isn't a good ability. It isn't a good ability on Gengar. God! Like, Gengar has okay bulk, but it's still probably dying in one hit. It was Gen 4 when it gained stab moves. I mean, yeah, that is true. You were probably still using, like, non-stab hidden powers and psychic in Gen 3, but... So I don't know, like, if you wanted to take full advantage of Cursed Body, you could run, like, a Sash set. But, for the most part, Gengar is extremely similar to Alakazam to me, where it just kind of runs, like, strong stab moves. Oh, it gets Sludge Wave? Let's go with Sludge Wave. And then, like, solid coverage. And I do believe it does get Nasty Plot. It does. I don't know if that's new or not, but... And there are other things that you can do with Gengar, but it's so frail and so fast with this amazing attack stat that you probably just want to go all in. I've seen, like, Scarf Gengar. You can run, like, support Gengar with, like, Disable and Hex and Will-O-Wisp and stuff like that, but... So then in, I believe X and Y, Game Freak was looking at Gengar and went, you know what we should do? We should create the most evil Pokemon ever created. I'm going to click some moves. Now, obviously, you wouldn't use all of these moves, but these are just some examples of how horrible Mega Gengar can make your life. And why is that? They gave it Shadow Tag. So, in Generation 6, you could swap in on an Earthquake and then trap the Pokemon. Now, obviously, if they have Earthquake, you probably don't want to be in there with them. But with 170 special attack, if it's like a ground or rock type trying to kill you, you probably kill it with Energy Ball. Like, incredibly broken. Now, the question comes down to, how do I feel about Mega Gengar? Yeah. This is gonna be the one that I get backlash for, I'm sure. I think Mega Gengar is incredibly lame. Did Gengar need a buff? Be honest with me. Generation 6 already gave Gengar a buff. Its Poison Stab actually is useful. Did it need more than that? Gengar is already an incredible Pokemon. And they literally took Gengar and made it insanely broken. Like in National Dex right now, It's banned from Ubers. It's that good just because of Shadow Tag. Like, giving a trapping ability to anything is way too much. So I know like in actual official tiers it wasn't banned to anything goes, but in the modern day national decks, it actually did get banned to AG. Any other thoughts on Gengar? I also not big on Mega Gengar's design. Like, this kind of feels like Mega Charizard X again. It's like, ooh, this is my edgy Gengar OC. He bursts out of the ground with ghostly apparitions of flame, and he has a third eye. And you can't escape from his wrath. Ooh. Like, I don't know. Mega Gengar could be cooler, in my opinion. Or not cooler. Mega Gengar doesn't need to exist, in my opinion. It's just broken for the sake of being broken. When, like, base Gengar really doesn't need improving. Like, I would still argue that Gengar is the face of ghost types today. Like, there are obviously better ghost types, but you would still consider using base Gengar nowadays, even with it losing Levitate. Alright, so now we have to talk about a generic, boring, normal type. Say hi to Kangaskhan. Ew. So in Generation 1, Kangaskhan is the Tauros at home. It's slower, it doesn't hit as hard, but I mean, it does hit hard enough, and it is fast enough. As time went on, time was crueler and crueler to Kangaskhan. Really, if you're not a normal type with insane bulk like a Snorlax, or insanely good offenses like a Star Raptor? I can't think of a good normal type. Like, being a normal type with no real unique traits definitely sucks. I do think it... Does it get Sword Stance? I don't think it does, right? No. So, sad times for Kangaskhan. At least it gets Scrappy. Scrappy's a good ability. Being able to hit ghost types with normal moves means that you don't have to worry as much about running, like, dark or ghost coverage. Which means that you can run other moves from your pretty vast move pool here. I mean, like Fire Punch, Hammer Arm, Ice Punch, Rock Slide, Under Punch. Pretty solid moves. Oh no! So quick comparison. 100 speed, very respectable speed stat. The bulk went up. 100 defenses. They buffed its special attack? Sure? I don't know why. And then massive boost to your attack stat. So it's finally better than Tauros. Why am I putting a mono normal type this high up with kind of like decent stats, Parental Bond. This is the most insane ability ever made. So, I'm gonna put some moves on screen. So I don't know if you would run all of these moves on the same set. But these are some common moves that you would see on the Giga Chad Mega Kangaskhan. Because Parental Bond makes every move you have go twice. Now the second time it goes, it does have half power. But you still have the same status effects that you would have otherwise. So, Fake Out, obviously you can't flinch twice. But it goes from, like, base 40 to base 60. Stab normal move. Pretty good. Power Up Punch. 60 power fighting type move that gives you a free Swords Dance boost. Rock Slide. 60% flinch chance. Crunch. 40% defense drop. So this is, I believe it's still Uber's, right? Yeah. Parental Bond is an insane ability. I wish it was on more Pokemon, just because there's so many moves that this would be fun to see Pokemon abuse with. Unfortunately, the Pokemon Mousehold, which is pretty new. How do you spell Mousehold? Mousehold. There we go. This guy originally was supposed to have Parental Bond. They changed their mind and gave it Technician. But the gimmick originally with Mousehold was going to be that Population Bomb. Was going to be your typical, like, hits 4 to 5 times normal type move, like a Fury attack or whatever. But with Parental Bond, it just keeps hitting and keeps hitting. But they decided to make it a 10 times hit move? God. And of course there's other moves that would be really fun to see Mousehold abuse, but sadly they gave it Technician instead. That's enough about Mousehold. It has nothing to do with Parental Bond, Kangaskhan. I also think that the lore with Kangaskhan is really fun, because all the Mega Energy goes into the baby. So really, base Kangaskhan hasn't gotten any better. It's just like a good mom training its child in how to do combat. It's a fun idea for a Pokemon. Don't read the Pokédex entries for any Megas, by the way. Apparently, the baby gets, like, a bloodlust from Mega Evolving, and it makes the Kangaskhan extremely depressed. Oh, Lord. Anything else about Kangaskhan before we move on? One of these days, I feel like we will get these Mega abilities distributed to normal Pokemon. There are a couple abilities that are still Mega exclusive, which is like really sad to me. Just because we probably aren't gonna see Megas again until Gen 6 remakes, which is gonna be a long time from now. Probably at least like 10 years. Yeah. Probably something like this. So say hello to Pinsir. This is actually one of my favorite bug types. No real reason. I just think he's kind of neat. And definitely underrated. 125 attack is really good, and like 85 speed is workable. I just went ahead and gave it like a Scarf Moxie set. Basically all you're doing is you send out Pinsir late, and it cleans up shop, gains a bunch of attack boosts, and hopefully you outspeed most stuff with Jolly Scarf. I've never really seen a lot of success using Pinsir, but I do like Pinsir. I do believe that in Generation 1, Pinsir was given the godly gift of Swords Dance, which means that it isn't completely irrelevant in the Generation 1 metagame, just because it can boost up and use Hyper Beam on stuff. Other general stuff about Pinsir. It doesn't really want to use Mold Breaker. I might come back to talk about Hyper Cutter here in a second. Say hello to Mega Pinsir. And the next Mega exclusive ability, Aerialate. So I'm gonna click some buttons here. And you might be wondering, Wiz, that's a horrible set. That's all normal moves. Did you know that Aerialate makes normal moves into flying moves? Hey, we talked about Mega Pidgeot and how good Flying Stab is. Mega Pinsir's kind of good. So, you also get, I believe, a 30% damage boost on normal type attacks. So a pretty typical moveset that you would see would be like, probably like Return, Quick Attack. Swords Dance. Does it get Roost? I don't think it gets Roost. Maybe like Earthquake for coverage. You can run Double Edge or Return. It just kind of depends on like the amount of damage you want. But you definitely want to run Quick Attack. This is a boosted stab priority move. Sounds pretty nice, right? 30% in Gen 6, 20% after. Okay. So in Generation 6, your stab quick attacks are blazing through your enemy. And then Oris onwards, not quite blazing, but still doing respectable damage. Shout out to Mega Pinsir in the Let's Go metagame for having no Flying Stab to go with its flying type. Oof. So Pinsir, I think I'm going to put at the top of A. Oh yeah, I didn't really look at its stats. 105 speed, that's a lot better. Very good buffs. Basically just bulkier. Wait. Hey, chat, do you see what I see? Plus 10 special attack. It's time to run special pincer. Oh my lord. But yeah, I mean, overall, I'd say the main thing keeping pincer out of S for me is its design. It's not really that different from regular pincer. It just kind of grows wings, and it looks like a little fiercer. That's kind of it. How many special moves does it learn? Good question. Well... well, you can focus blast. Quake in fear before your god, pincer. Oh my god! Plus 10 special attack. What a buff! I think they just had... I think they just didn't want to make it too overpowered and had 10 extra stats they had to shove somewhere. They probably could have given it like 10 more special defense, but... yeah, I know, where's the bug buzz? It's alright. Gyarados. I think this is a Pokemon that needs no introduction. You get Gyarados at like level 15? It has 2 amazing abilities. Pretty good dual type. Pretty good stats. Gyarados is still not a joke nowadays. You can Dragon Dance, equip a Life Orb, and then like Intimidate is really good. -1 attack, it boosts up your lower defense stat. Or you can Moxie Sweep like Heracross. Definitely solid Pokemon. What is this? So, I mean, you'll notice the defenses do get better. That's definitely good. Why is this a dark type? I mean, plus 30 attack is good. Is that better than like a Life Orb? You'll notice that Gyarados is OU in National Dex right now. And Gyarados is borderline. I think really the only reason you would use this is Mold Breaker. You just Intimidate into Mold Breaker. And then you can slam, like, levitate users with Earthquake. Or, what's the Pikachu thing's name? Mimikyu. You can slam with Aqua Tail. Oh, it also beats Unaware Mons. That's true. So it makes it really good as like a Dragon Dance setup sweeper. The main issue with Mega Gyarados, I would say, is, to me at least, it isn't that much of it doesn't have a huge advantage over regular Gyarados. It's kind of like Mega Alakazam to me, where I could still put Gyarados on the team and have it more or less contribute the same as Mega Gyarados. I think Mold Breaker definitely pushes it over the edge, where it has a ton of helpful uses. Like, beating Unaware is incredible. Beating immunity abilities, like, I guess you can beat Storm Drain and liquidate Gastrodon if you really want. But I don't know. I think I'm going to put Mega Gyarados above Mega Alakazam. I also wish the design was cooler. Like, it just kind of looks like a fat Gyarados. Like, I don't know. Why is it fat? Is Lucy still here? I found the shrimp. He's right here. Alright, any more thoughts on Gyarados? I do think Mega Gyarados is good. Like, I'm not gonna hate on it. It's definitely a good Pokemon. It's just, I don't know. Water Dark Stab is incredible. It's just not that exciting. Alright. So, a little bit of Wiz lore. Aerodactyl is probably my favorite fossil. And that's because it just harbors this incredible power. I mean, look at this insanely broken moveset. Wow. Like, this thing's like almost bannable, right? I can't believe that, like, I know Rockhead is just like worthless on so many Pokemon, because the only recoil moves that they ever, like, give them are, like, Double Edge and Takedown. But at least Aerodactyl gets this move pool of champions, where it can fire off massively powerful head smashes at a blazing speed. Yeah. Rockhead's useless. Probably the most useful ability it has is Unnerve? Yay! Berries aren't like that common. Being this fast with Rock Slide is pretty helpful though. I would probably run something like this. So 130 speed, incredible. So that's like a fast taunt. You can get hazards up. I think it learns spikes if you'd rather spike. Oh no, it's rocks. Is there any other? I mean, you can use pursuit and set up screens. Why does it learn to reflect? That's weird. And then you also have whirlwind. But keep in mind, whirlwind is -6 priority, so your speed stat isn't helping. So what does Mega Aerodactyl do? Oh, we got even faster? Oh, we got even bulkier. And plus 30 attack. Hey, that's pretty good. Tough Claws. Oh. So why do I not sound excited about Tough Claws? These are the rock moves. Have I, Did I mention that Tough Claws only works with contact moves? None of these rock moves make contact. Oh. What are the flying moves? You have to ignore dual wing beats, sadly, because this is talking about Gen 7. So you're using aerial A's? Fly? Wing attack? Oh. What about your coverage, though? Hey, Crunch, that's boosted. I think Aqua Tail's boosted. Dragon Claw? Earthquake? Hey, that's a great move. Oh, it's not contact. Hey, Fire Fang, Ice Fang, Iron Head. So kind of the big issue here is you really want a Focus Sash, but instead you're just kind of stuck as like a setup sweeper with barely an ability. Maybe like Ice Fang? It gets Ice Fang, right? Yeah. This would probably be a set I would run with it. Keep in mind, I've never really run Mega Aerodactyl, but I'll be honest. This seems like a waste of a Mega Stone. Very depressing. Any more thoughts on Aerodactyl? Ooh, we get to talk about the big boys now. I would say overall, Aerodactyl's definitely better as a more of like a lead Pokemon than your dedicated Mega slot. Although with these stats, it'll still be doing pretty good work for your team. Fast, hits hard. Yeah. Alright, so say hello to one of the best Pokemon ever created. I'm not going to go over the move pool. I'm not really going to talk about these stats. Abilities are kind of suspect. I would probably go with Unnerve, but I mean, Pressure's not that bad. So, this is our first case of what I would consider megas that didn't need to happen. Gengar was almost there, but I moved it up a bit just because, like, Gengar has aged. Mewtwo is still an incredibly powerful Pokemon. Mewtwo did not need a buff, or really even deserve a buff. However, we might as well talk about what they ended up doing with these megas. Oh my god. Your special attack is going off the screen. So, this is probably one of the most insane special attackers of all time. Sorry though, you're not as fast as Mega Aerodactyl. Come back next time. This thing is decimating teams with all of these special moves. So many moves. Look, it has Hurricane! Mega Pidgeot, watch out! Your viability! Oh, welcome back, Crank. Any thoughts on Mega Mewtwo Y? I have a thought about Mega Mewtwo Y. Why bother? Now keep in mind, I'm not ranking these based on like how competitive they are. This is more or less my opinions on the Pokemon. What is in S rank right now are Pokemon that needed help and got the help they needed to become viable again. Mewtwo needed no help. This is just pure fan service. Like, this is Mega Charizard X on steroids. He does look like Majin Buu. Mega Mewtwo X is a little more interesting. It's a little slower, but it trades that for more bulk and a physical attack stat. Although it still has a very respectable 154 special attack. They just didn't touch Mewtwo's special at all. They could have gone the Mega Beedrill route and min-maxed it. Could you imagine if it had 15 special and like 300 attack? Ooh. Now the issue, in quotes, with Mega Mewtwo X is you're stuck with Zen Headbutt or Psycho Cut. However, this is very much issue in quotes, because that's 190 base attack. Your opponent's dead anyways. However, I'm gonna rank this one under Y. What does Steadfast do exactly? Steadfast. If you flinch, you get a speed raise. So it's basically a useless ability outside of doubles. In doubles, Steadfast pretty good. But how often are you getting flinched in like a single battle or like a story battle? Like at least Mewtwo Y can't be put to sleep. That's incredible because sleep is a really good status. I don't know. Any more thoughts on Mewtwo? I know I was kind of hating on it, but I do think, like, as a Pokemon fan, Mega Mewtwo was inevitable, and it is really cool. Alright, so leaving the Kanto region, we've now come to our first Johtonin Mega. This is our good friend Ampharos. Everybody loves Ampharos. I love Ampharos. You love Ampharos. It evolves from the adorable Mareep. Wake up, Mareeple. I wish it was better. 55 speed is pretty bad. And 115 special attack is good. This is basically a Trick Room Pokemon. I would probably run either like Life Orb or Specs. And then get rid of all your speed. Everybody loves Ampharos except the Pokemon Crystal devs. Very true. Also, pro tip. Oh, it doesn't display it in that text. Terra-type Fairy with Dazzling Gleam on the Trick Room. Pretty good. But anyways, that's kind of it for Ampharos. If it had better defenses, I would recommend like a Cotton Guard, Thunder Wave, Roar, Toxic, Dragon Tail, Heal Bell set. Something along that line with the screens. But it doesn't really have the bulk for it. Oh, hey, look, the bulk. I found the bulk. So Ampharos... Oh, it gets slower. Oh. And it gets a juicy buff to its attack. 75 to 95. And 95 attack actually is pretty good. Like, I'm not gonna laugh at base 95 attack. That's pretty respectable. Does it need 95 attack for anything? I guess you could be launching a Stomping Tantrum. You might be using it for Dragon Tail. But basically, this is gonna be another slow, bulky, Trick Roomy kind of Pokemon. Oh, I forgot about Volt Switch. You might want to run Volt Switch on Ampharos. The big advantage that Mega Ampharos has is Mold Breaker, which we talked about on Gyarados. You can break through Unaware Mons. You can break through Volt Absorb. and Lightning Rod. Is there another electric absorbing ability? I think that's it. And of course you can attempt to one-shot Mimikyu with like a rain boosted thunder from Ampharos. And I mean, this is a great special attack stat too. I do think that this is going to fall into the it generally improves what the Pokemon is good at tier. I think it's going to go right under Pinsir. So it's very similar to Venusaur, where Venusaur is a bulky Pokemon that's good at sitting there and taking hits. Ampharos is a pretty good Trick Room Pokemon. Mega Ampharos is a great Trick Room Pokemon. The issue with Mega Ampharos is outside of Trick Room, you're stuck with like agility and no leftovers, which is very, very suspect. You can run like a Rest Talk set with Sleep Talk, and you could run like Discharge and maybe Dragon Tail just to get rid of your enemy, or just a strong coverage move like Focus Blast. Focus Blast is really good since, you know, ground types might ruin your day as an electric type, and most ground types are also rock types. Any more thoughts on Ampharos? Alright, so I have him on screen just to make jokes. Say hello to the original Mega Evolution. Onix into Steelix is one of the biggest improvements Game Freak has ever made, and Steelix isn't even that good. But like, 45 attack. Oh. Now, for some reason, they buff the special attack on Evolution. But they do boost its base defenses more, which is great. 75 HP. I wish it was higher. 65 special defense. I wish it was higher. And I wish it kept Onix's 70 speed. That's enough out of you, Onix. So Steelix is just kind of your standard bulky wall. It's one of the better body press users in modern days. But typically you just kind of see it running like typical wall things like Stealth Rock, Roar, and then you can try to beat things with like Gyro Ball or Heavy Slam. It actually is a pretty good curse user since its speed is already so slow. and you want to boost up that attack anyways. And as far as abilities, probably still use Sturdy. YouTube keeps deleting your comments. Hey, it just knows what you're saying is the truth. It's alright, so let's look at Mega Steelix. That's a lot of defense. It actually gets the attack stat that Onyx was always begging for. Sadly, you don't get more speed. But you do get more special defense. I really wish that Megas could gain more HP, because it really wants a higher base HP stat. And then luckily they didn't give it more special attack. So really, they just finally gave it a good attacking stat, boosted up its defenses, and hey, they gave it Sand Force. So Sand Force, I want to get the numbers right, so let me find a Sand Force mon. Hi, Diglett. Sand Force, yeah, okay, I was right. It's a life orb boost if you're in Sandstorm. So, not being able to hold a life orb isn't the worst thing for Steelix. The big problem is 30 speed, and you don't really have a recovery move. I was begging Game Freak to give the Onyx line Shore Up, but sadly it's still exclusive to Palossand. So unfortunately, in order to use Mega Steelix to like its full potential, you have to run it on a Trick Room team that's also a Sandstorm team? That sounds pretty suspect. Aerodactyl's better. I do like that Mega Steelix is an improvement on Onyx, because we have been waiting for years for justice for Onyx. The problem is Onyx's justice is still pretty mediocre. Maybe in doubles you could set stand. Maybe in doubles you can set Sand and Trick Room. Like, you could have Steelix with Sand. You could have it set its own Sand, and then have one of your allies set Trick Room. But, I mean, that's a lot of work to use Steelix when there's another Steel-type Mega on this list that you'd probably rather use. Alright, any more thoughts on Steelix? Alright, so, interesting comparison here. You notice anything weird between all these Pokemon here? Yeah, so when Game Freak evolved Scyther into Scizor? Is it just Scissor? I'm just gonna say Scissor. I've never really known. But when Game Freak evolved Scyther into Scissor, they kept the base stat total the same. And then going into Legends Arceus, they did the exact same thing with Kleavor. So, just for fun, here are Scyther's stats. Now, as you can see, Scizor gets a defense boost and an attack boost at the cost of its speed. Is that good? I mean, it used to not be very good. Until it started punching. This is the original One Punch Man right here. Everything got eliminated by Bullet Punch. Or you would simply just U-turn out. And I mean, there's other moves you could be using. But Technician Bullet Punch was that powerful back in, like... It's Scizor? Scizor. Okay. Anyways, Technician Bullet Punch was just that good back in, like, the Platinum days. I believe that was when it got Bullet Punch. And then, as time has gone on, it's gotten a little worse, a little worse, a little worse. Nowadays, it's RU, but, I mean, it's not a bad Pokemon whatsoever. The big downside, I would say, is losing this speed stat. Which, I mean, with Bullet Punch, that's not bad, but... And Kleavor is just a whole nother story, but I actually hadn't compared Kleavor's stats to any of these guys, so I was just curious. So they all keep the same HP. Kleavor has better attack and slightly better speed than Scizor. Ah, they lowered its special attack. How is it supposed to Bug Buzz? So Kleavor is just kind of min-maxed Scizor, huh? That's weird. Too bad it has a bad type. I actually like Bug Rock, but it's not as broken, sadly. I guess we'll go with the Sinnoh. Lord. Alright. So going into Mega Scizor now. Sorry for the wait. Plus 20 to attack? Okay. Plus, how much? 40 to defense. Pretty good. Plus 10 speed doesn't really matter. And they increased its special attack. Why? This is basically just bulkier Scizor. You more or less still keep the Choice Band boost, or at least a Life Orb boost from this attack increase. So you're basically doing the exact same thing. You're just a little bulkier. I would say there's just not much exciting about Scizor, right? I'd stay right here. Also, I'm not a huge fan of the design. Like, this is regular Scizor. This guy's cool. He's got the clamps. And then, like, I don't know. They give him, like, robot arms. Like, why did they make him a robot? He's got, like, weird spike legs. I'm not a fan. I'm sorry. Mega Scizor kind of looks like, the Ironheart suit from Wakanda Forever. And if anyone's seen that movie, then you know why Mega Scizor's design is bad. Any more thoughts about Scizor before we move on? I think Mega Scizor is probably the least exciting Mega ever. It's just Scizor with slightly better stats. That's really it. So Heracross, famously the best bug type for a long time. Oh, thank you. I just picked a random, like, mix of music, so I'm glad it's good. So famously, in the earlier gens, Heracross was the best bug type because it had a good attacking stat and an actual stab move in Mega Horn. And it actually has pretty good abilities. You can run a Gut set pretty easily with it. And I mean, 85 speed is pretty respectable. And your alternative is you can just be better Pinsir. Didn't Pinsir have 85 speed? Yeah. Wait, 125. I'm sorry, I know this has nothing to do with Heracross. I'm just super curious now. Heracross is just min-maxed Pinsir. Less special attack, more bulk. Game Freak, why? They're the exact same Pokemon, except Heracross has better bulk. And it actually, like... it has a dual stab right off of the bat, too. Man. Poor Pinsir. Anyway, so let's talk about Mega Heracross. Do you see it? Do you see it? Why does it lose speed? I mean, obviously, design-wise, you can tell why it loses speed. This thing's hulkingly large. But it is very tragic. Also, it does have Skill Link, which means it can run these moves. And they will always hit 5 times and are pretty good coverage. Are you afraid of rock types? Probably not, because you're a fighting type, but hey, you got Bullet Seed. I guess water and ground, too. Are you afraid of flying types? Yes, you are. Rock Blast! And then Pin Missile is even better than Mega Horn. Even more accurate, and it's basically the same amount of damage. And I don't think you get Sword Stance. Oh, no, you do. So this is a pretty good set for it. I would probably drop Bullet Seed for close combat. The big joke here is they did actually add to Heracross's moveset Arm Thrust. Pathetic damage. 15 power? No. Even hitting 5 times, that doesn't compare to close combat. And what sucks is not comparing to close combat means that being slow is an actual issue. Because losing defense and special defense means that you lose faster. Because you can't run a Scarf. And you don't really have, as far as I know, a reliable way to boost your speed. I guess in national decks you gain Trailblaze. Have fun using Trailblaze Mega Heracross. Also, this design is just hideous. Look at this guy. This is like the most huggable bug ever. Why did they make him, like, grotesque? I don't know. Any more thoughts on Heracross before we move on to Scooby Doom? So, something I keep forgetting to bring up with the Megas is certain Megas benefit from their base form. An example I said I was going to bring up and then completely forgot is Pinsir, who has Hyper Cutter before Mega Evolving, which means trying to intimidate Pinsir won't work, and then you can Mega Evolve and keep your fantastic attack stat. Another one would be Gyarados, who can intimidate before Mega Evolving. And is there anyone else who kind of benefits? I guess technically you could use Light Metal Scizor to swap into a Grass Knot and take reduced damage. Probably don't do that. Anyways, the reason I bring it up is you can bring in Houndoom on a fire attack with Flash Fire. I don't believe when you Mega Evolve, you keep the Flash Fire boost. If you do, incredible. But for the most part, it's just kind of a nice passive way to get in for free. So Houndoom... does it have a better ability than Flash Fire? Not really. This would probably be the set you'd be running. Then probably with like a Life Orb. The reason you want Nasty Plot is like 110 special attack is good. Oh, you do keep the Flash Fire boost? Oh, that's great then. So that means you get a 1.5 damage modifier on your fire attack. And then the solar power boost. Spoiler, it has solar power. And then the solar power boost to your fire attacks. And the sun boost to your fire attacks. Man, Mega Houndoom's kind of cooking. Anyways. We can go ahead and just skip to Mega Houndoom. I mean, these are pretty standard, like, special sweeper stats. And this is basically what you would want to see from the Mega. Better special attack. Better speed. That's a really good speed tier, too. The main issue with Mega Houndoom is solar power limits it to sun teams. Which, I mean... I was just talking about how hard its fire move can hit, so... Fire Blast. You get a 1-turn solar beam. You can still plot. And then you have a pretty good number of other moves that you can run. Destiny Bond. Maybe don't Destiny Bond with your Mega, but hey, it's there. Pursuit and Older Gens. Good move. Sucker Punch. Good move. Maybe Taunt or Roar or Will-O-Wisp, but maybe not. Just a overall pretty solid Sun Pokemon. And I mean, regular Houndoom isn't really a Sun Mon, but it's a Fire type, so it does like being in the sun. Overall, it's basically just buffed Houndoom. The design's pretty good. I'm gonna put it under Pinsir? Yeah. So the issue that I run into is kind of how I said earlier. Does this follow with what the Pokemon is all about? You're not really a fire sweeper. It would make more sense if Houndoom got like a special Moxie or just some sort of passive boost, like maybe Neuroforce or Dark Aura, just something that boosts its attacks all the time. Because that's kind of what it would want more than all of a sudden having to rely on being under sun. It's kind of like Steelix. How Steelix benefited from Sandstorm, but it didn't need the sand to be good. Mega Steelix kind of does need the sand. And Houndoom doesn't really need the sun. I mean, 140 special attack, that's good, but, you know. Alright, any more thoughts about Scooby Doom? Sheer Force would actually be a really good ability for it. Get a boost on Fire Blast, Dark Pulse, Sludge Bomb. Shadow Ball, I guess. Sheer Force would actually be incredible. And it would make sense. Like, look at this dog. He's definitely using some force. Alright. How the mighty have fallen. Tyranitar. One of the most tragic Pokemon in the recent days. Incredible stats. Incredible ability. Underused. And I believe in the Scarlet and Violet regular format, it's rarely used. Oh. So Tyranitar, as you can see from this long list of moves, has a lot of things it can do. Obviously you can run a Smooth Rock and make it your lead sand setter. It has good enough bulk where it can set the sand for you. You can run like a Life Orb Dragon Dance set. You can run like a bulky Leftovers. Scarf isn't too bad. Band isn't too bad. Or my personal favorite, you can run Assault Vest, 4 attacks. And with the Sandstream boost to special defense and the Assault Vest boost, really hard to kill. The problem is, Tyranitar has aged like, not really like milk, but it has aged probably like a battery, I'd say. It works great, and then it keeps running, but at a point, you gotta change the battery. So what does Mega Tyranitar bring to the table? Well, 10 more speed. Yay. That actually is an insane attack boost. And it gains more bulk, which is also really good. I might be wrong, but I think with 20 more Spadef, you just kind of naturally get the benefits that you would from the Assault Vest. It might be a little less, but... So really, the only thing you can do with Mega Tyranitar is Dragon Dance Sweep. Like, you can run the same kind of sets with base Tyranitar. If you're running the Mega Stone, it's because you wanted to Dragon Dance with it. And oh, look at that, it's underused. Oh. How sad. Yeah, good point. The attack raise doesn't matter when you can just run Banded Tyranitar. This design is kind of mid to, like, the spikes get bigger. Okay. So, I don't think this is going to be controversial. This might be the worst Mega Evolution. At least of what we've seen so far. This doesn't improve Tyranitar in any way, other than it gets a little bulkier and, like, slightly faster. But, I mean, you can just Dragon Dance. It's just painfully mediocre. And there are so many other Megas that you could use that just outrank this thing, in my opinion. Any other thoughts on Mega Tyranitar? So we're about to have a long laundry list of Pokemon from the Hoenn region to talk about. And seeing as it's almost 3 o'clock, I'm gonna go make some lunch real quick. I'm gonna try to not take longer than like 5 minutes, so I will be right back. should be back. So, Sceptile. Probably one of the... I would say it's close to Charizard syndrome, where like this is okay, but it's really only popular because it's a starter, right? Like Unburden's a pretty good ability, and it does get Unburden acrobatics, but 85 attack. And then you have a pretty respectable 105 special. So what does Mega Sceptile do to improve this? 110 attack is an improvement, but Lightning Rod? Why Lightning Rod? My bad, I just realized I didn't have it back on the capture. Okay, so this is Sceptile. Sash Unburden. Oh. Special attacks. And obviously, you're still stuck with these moves. So your typical moveset would look something like this. Oh boy. Yeah. Nothing too exciting about Sceptile. I will say I do like the design. It just doesn't really build off of what Sceptile's good at. Mostly because Sceptile's not good at anything. I think right here for Mega Sceptile. Oh yeah, it's also the third Mega Evolution to gain the Dragon typing, but not really have any Dragon moves to use with it. Like, I'm not saying Sceptile, Ampharos, and Megazord X all should learn Draco Meteor, but it would be kind of nice. Any more thoughts on Sceptile? So before the firefighting meme went full force, we had Blaziken, a slow, frail, mixed attacker. Hoenn moment. However, speed boost is pretty good. So, typically you would probably run something like probably Protect, and then a strong Flare Blitz, a strong high jump kick, and then maybe like Swords Dance, boost up your attack, maybe Earthquake or Rock Slide for coverage. Lots of options. It does very much have poor move slot syndrome. You could drop Protect, but with 80 speed, kinda suspect. If only it had more speed. Still a mixed attacker. But I mean, those are pretty good mixed offenses. And 100 speed. With speed boost. I think, well, maybe like top of A. Mega Blaziken isn't very exciting, but it does meet my criteria of it does what the base Pokemon does better. Fun fact about Mega Blaziken. It was actually distributed before Sceptile and Swampert via X and Y mystery gift as like a pre-order bonus. And it destroyed all of Kalos. Like the fire and fighting dual stab just destroyed the entire game. I didn't get to experience that because I didn't buy the game in the first like month or two it was out, but if I had, I definitely would have had a lot of fun using Mega Blaziken. And I mean, really, there's not much to say. It decimates your team, and thanks to the base 100 speed stat, it doesn't really need to run Protect like regular Blaziken. It's just a strict improvement. The design could be a little better. Like, I think base Blaziken looks pretty cool. The flames are cool. I think it's just the head. Like, I don't know why the hair goes up now. I don't know. Any more thoughts about a Blaziken before we move on to one of the best Pokemon ever made? So Swampert. I wish it had an ability. You're probably using Torrent. Damp used to be good. Because Explosion used to be good. But by the time Swampert got Damp, it couldn't really use it In Generation 5, Explosion kind of became a joke. So, Torrent doesn't really pair that well with you being a bulky leftovers Pokemon. And you're kind of at odds with your own stats, too. Because, like, 100 attack, 60 speed, it's kind of leaning towards, like, a bulky physical attacker. But you're also a water ground type, so, like, you probably think that you want to use, like, Scald, and you... Oh, no, you do get hazards, so you probably think that you want to run, like, Scald and Toxic and set rocks and roar things away. And, I mean, Swampert can do all of that. It's actually a really good jack-of-all-trades Pokemon. I mean, it's a starter, and that's what starters are supposed to do. They're just supposed to do everything you need them. So, what does Mega Swampert do with this? I was a wimp before Anchor Arms. Now I'm a jerk, and everybody loves me. So, Swift Swim on 70 speed, you can kind of think about it as Mega Swampert having base 140 speed and 150 attack. And this is, it kind of runs into the Houndoom problem, where, while this Pokemon didn't really need to be in rain before, and now it actively wants to be in rain. I would still give it an A. And I know Blaziken's better competitively, but I mean... This is a big improvement for Swampert. They even buffed its special attack, which isn't a joke, because you probably still want to use Scald every now and again. And I mean, this is such a good Pokemon that you can get away with, like, this as your moveset and actually win battles. Like, that's how good Mega Swampert is. Manual Rain. A big reason I would say Swampert is better than Houndoom is Rain is better than Sun. And also, boosting your speed is better than boosting your offenses more. Because, I mean, pretty much every Mega has one of these, right? Just a gigantic attacking stat. So boosting your offenses doesn't matter as much. Any more thoughts about Swampert before we get into everybody's favorite waifu? So I talked before about Mega Evolutions being able to benefit from their previous evolution's abilities. And I talked before about how Trace was pretty good on Mega Alakazam. Regular Gardevoir has Trace. And that opens up a ton of different opportunities for Mega Gardevoir. You could Trace Intimidate and intimidate your opponent. You could Trace Lightning Rod and become immune to your opponent's Thunderbolt that's coming at you. You could Trace Storm Drain, get a free special attack boost. Speed boost, potentially. Although you're probably still Mega Evolving the next turn, so speed boost isn't that great, but there's just a bunch of tiny little passive boosts that you might get with Trace before you Mega Evolve. Typically, how you would run non-Mega Gardevoir is just kind of a Scarf Sweeper. Kind of throw some random coverage moves on here. Something like this. I did know that you can Trace Wonder Guard. And if you Trace Wonder Guard, you probably shouldn't Mega Evolve. But base Gardevoir is pretty solid, especially if you give it a Scarf. I think it's RU? Yeah. Pretty well deserved. Solid Pokemon. Oh, wow. Plus 20 attack. How convenient. Is there a single physical move that you would ever use with your Gardevoir? I guess you can use Knockoff. Or a slightly stronger Shadow Sneak? Okay. Same defense stat. Much larger special attack stat. And it gets a little faster. I think Scarf Gardevoir still outpaces Mega Gardevoir. But you are bulkier thanks to 20 more special defense. So hey. So the big thing is Pixelate. Pixelate Hyper Voice means that you have, I believe, like a 102 power special fairy move that bypasses Substitute. Incredible. Hard countered by Komo-o. So watch out for any soundproof Komo-os. Overall, I would say that Mega Gardevoir is just a strict minor upgrade, which sounds weird, but really, if you get like a good enough ability off of Trace, the special attack buff from Mega Evolving isn't that huge. Really, it's just having Pixelate that makes it that much better. Just because you can take advantage of all your random normal moves. Does it get anything like really incredible that you would consider using? Maybe Body Slam. You're feeling funky. So with all that said, I think Gardevoir is going to get I think it's going to go under Pinsir. Very similar Pokemon to Pinsir, where the ability is what makes the Pokemon so good, but I feel like what makes Pinsir a little better is, I mean, Gardevoir was already like insanely popular and wasn't really that bad. While like, who was using Pinsir ever in any generation? Any thoughts about Gardevoir before we move on? Thoughts about Gardevoir in battle, please. I don't want to get demonetized. All right. Moving on to everybody's favorite little demon, Sableye. And we get to talk about another incredible synergy between abilities and mega evolving. So, you can use stall and make sure you move last so your opponent inflicts you with burn or paralysis before mega evolving, so you don't get toxicked by mold breaker Pokemon. The synergy. No, obviously I'm talking about how it has Prankster, so you can Will-O-Wisp things. I'm not sure what other. I guess you have Prankster Pain Split, Prankster Recover, and set screens. Thunder Wave's pretty good. Oh, and Taunt, of course. One of the best moves in the game. So you can do a fast status before Mega Evolving if you need it. If not, then you become this thing. 85 mixed offenses, nothing too exciting about that. You do lose speed, but you gain pretty respectable defenses. And remember that you're only weak to Fairy, so you become a pretty solid wall. There's actually a bunch of different sets I've seen this thing run. Obviously, highlights are Knockoff, Recover, Taunt, Toxic. You can run Bulk Up or Calm Mind to make yourself even bulkier. Encore, of course. Encore is the big one for this guy. I can't believe I forgot it. So Magic Bounce makes any... I don't know if it's every single status move, but most status moves bounce back at your opponent. So if they try to Toxic Sableye, they get Toxic. And then with Encore, you can Encore them into Toxic. Now, naturally this won't happen very often with 20 speed, But it's still a really good combo that you might want to try doing. And even then, with the bad speed, if they do click, like, let's say you're running max defense, and they click Earthquake, and Earthquake barely chips you, you encore them, and then they're stuck using Earthquake more. This is basically Sablei's dream. Do I need to say anything else? Mega Sableye completely repairs regular Sableye. It wishes that it was a defensive juggernaut. It is a defensive juggernaut. Oh, it's only RUBL. Oh no. It used to be like an OU staple. What happened? I might need to play some more national decks after this. Any more thoughts on Mega Sableye? Definitely a certified hood classic. All right. Now, I know this stream has been going on for a while, but it's time to talk about Mawile. So Mawile famously has no stab moves in Generation 3. I don't know if it's famous for that, but if you didn't know that, you do now. It learns no steel stab in Gen 3. Maybe like Metal Claw. But you're not using that. Really the most useful thing that Mawile can do is intimidate things. Like, you're not really doing anything with these stats. Oh, hey, these stats are a little better. So you gain 40 special defense, 40 defense, 20 attack. Pretty good. And I mean, like, with Mawile's now respectable move pool and the addition of the fairy type, it's a pretty good Pokemon. Yeah. I mean, you're still kind of wishing that you were hitting, like, really hard, but as is, I would probably give it like a B. Pretty solid. Oh yeah, it has huge power. I would still say Sableye is better. So, Mega Mawile is probably the biggest buff a Pokemon has ever gotten. It's also a pretty cool design. I do love the design. Going from, like, what? Like max 241, 261 attack. My bad. Wait, is that 0 attack? Why is it 0 attack? Going from 295 attack to... $339 times 2. It's pretty good. Did I really forget huge power? No, that was a bit. You're supposed to be laughing. Come on. No, that actually was a bit though. I was joking. No, so Mega Mawile somehow in UUBL, this was the original Zacian crowned. So Fairy Steel is the best dual type in the entire game. I feel like I can say that. And all you really needed was Iron Head, Play Rough, Sucker Punch, and Swords Dance. So you're kind of slow, but I mean, you don't die, so you Swords Dance, and then you just Sucker Punch everything. Basically, the only way to beat Mega Mawile is to set up in its face and stall out the Sucker Punch PP, or hope Play Rough misses. Very, very powerful Pokemon. The big thing holding it back is it still has that Mawile HP stat. If it had like base 100 HP, or let's say I don't know, base 92 HP, it'd probably be kind of broken. But as it stands, it used to be a really good OU staple, and I'm sure if it ever comes back someday, it will be again. I miss you, buddy. S tier. Any more thoughts on Mawile? Oh, we got banned to Ubers and the Oras meta? That's crazy. I mean, I'm not surprised. It hits like a truck. Speaking of hitting like a truck, this time without it being a joke, Rockhead Head Smash. Hey, that's pretty good. Unfortunately, this thing has like Golem stats. Definitely good physical. Horrendous on the special side. Slow. So how do they fix that with Aggron? Wait, where'd the rock typing go? How am I supposed to use Stab Head Smash? And I mean, they do improve its special defense a little bit, but I mean, 50 speed is still bad. Filter is nice, but unlike other abilities that improve your defenses, Filter doesn't change that much. Really, the biggest thing in Aggron's favor is it loses the rock type, so it actually becomes kind of good at being defensive. I actually don't know what sets Mega Aggron runs. If I had to, like, assume, I would say it either runs, like, Curse or Atomize, and then, like, Heavy Slam? Maybe I'm on the ball. gets superpower. I don't know. With this layout, it's not super clear what Aggron wants to be doing. And it doesn't really stand out from other, like, defensive steel types that you could be using. At least you don't have to set up sand like you do with Steelix for its max potential, but even then, like, at least Steelix does more damage. I think that's fair. It's a cool enough design. It's just very underwhelming. So, the big, like, the depressing thing about Mega Aggron is, like, Aggron had a good defense stat. You could have put everything you put into this defense stat into other stats. You could have gave it a good special defense. Could have given it maybe like 10 more speed. I think this is the highest defense in the game. Yeah, it's tied with Shuckle. So hey, I mean, you are the most defensive Pokemon in the game. Oh, but you are battling with Mega Steelix. All three of these guys are tied. I think unironically, I would rather use Mega Steelix. Like, you're a little weaker, but at least you get like the Sand Force boost and Stab Earthquake. It's just not very exciting. Any more thoughts on Aggron? I wish it was better. That's my last thought on it. Hey mom, can we have Mega Mawile? We have Mega Mawile at home. Say hi to Mega Metacham. Now when I say this is the Mega Mawile at home, I mean it's still pretty good. The problem here is Metacham's typing. It's not as exciting to be fighting Psychic as it is to be Fairy Steel, because you die to a lot of stuff with this typing. Ghost is extremely popular. Flying is a good stab to have. And I mean, Psychic isn't that popular of a type anymore, but I mean, Psychic coverage is still kind of common. But more or less, Mega Metacham is just an upgraded Metacham. So you'll notice bulky, in quotes, mixed attacker, in quotes. Where is it its attack stat? So I know it has pure power. So you're supposed to use physical attacks off of the 60 attack. But also, in Generation 3, when this was introduced, all psychic attacks were special, and it's got 60 special attack. This poor thing. It gets a lot better in Gen 4 with, not Psycho Cut, Zen Headbutt, and, High Jump Kick? Wherever the heck it is. Did it lose high jump kick? Oh no, there it is. I think it is one of... Yeah, it is. It's one of the few Pokemon to learn Axe Kick. You lose 10 power in exchange for 30% confusion. I'd rather use high jump kick. Because, I mean, you're probably killing them anyways with 120 power. It's kind of like a weird hurricane. But anyways, Mega Medicham can't use Axe Kick. Because it hasn't been a game since Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. But it's pretty comparable to its base form. It's just now it has 100 attack. They buff its speed? Oh yeah, they did. So it's got a respectable 100 speed, 100 attack. They buffed up its special attack a little bit. And its defenses a bit. Basically everything but HP got a slight buff. And like I said, 100 attack doubled. Pretty good. Common moves to watch out for. Fake Out. It hits really hard. Bullet Punch. It hits really hard. And it goes first. Ice Punch. Just good coverage in general. Lots of dragon types. Lots of flying types. I'll catch you later, Hisoa. Maybe you run Drain Punch? Kind of the sad thing about Mega Medicham is it doesn't really have a good psychic move to spam. I'm hoping one of these days we'll get like a Poltergeist equivalent for psychic types. Just because I'm so tired of using Zen Headbutt on everything. Oh yeah, I forgot to rank it. I'd rather use Gyarados. I would say it's basically just a strict improvement over base Medicham, but the design isn't too exciting. And it's not really breaking the meta. Like, it used to be OU, but it was OU because it hit really hard. So Manectric. Another little bit of symmetry here. You can swap in on an electric move and then Mega Evolve. And Manectric's just kind of your basic fast special attacker. This is actually very nice stats to see on a Hoenn Pokemon. It's just about every Hoenmon is a slow, frail, mixed attacker for some reason. And this guy has one attacking stat he wants to use and a good speed stat. So, wonder what they did with its Mega. Also, Static isn't bad. It's just going into a Mega. I would probably have Lightning Rod just in case you can trick somebody into, like, Thunderbolting into you. Hey, 135, 135. That's really good. You get a slight buff to your defenses, and they left the attack stat the exact same. Love to see it. Why does it have Intimidate? It is so odd to me that Manectric does the opposite of Gyarados, where Gyarados intimidates into Mega Evolution. Manectric Mega Evolutions into Intimidate. Which, don't get me wrong, having an Intimidate Pokemon is great, especially when you're weak to Earthquake. The problem is, you would have really liked to have an ability that, like, bolstered your offensive potential here. So this is probably the set that you'd see it running. If Manectric ever comes back, it is going to plummet in tiering, because not having Hidden Power Ice really hurts. Having Flamethrower as coverage is really nice, though. Being able to bust through, like, grass and steels that would otherwise resist your special attacks. And you'll notice... Oh, it's RU. It used to be UU. Just trust me. It used to be pretty good back in the day. Design-wise, kind of whatever. My main thing with Manectric is, you see, it's kind of lightning bolty, and this one especially. You'd think that they'd give it some sort of ability with rain, which wouldn't combo with it learning, like, Flamethrower. But it still would have been, like, kind of cool to see it, like, maybe have, like, Drizzle, or even, like, Swift Swim, or just something to do with rain, just because it's kind of, like, lightning bolt themed, but oh well. I'd say it's a little better than Metacham. The main thing with Manectric is... or, a lot like Metacham, Manectric just is the same Pokemon, more or less, just with buffed stats. And I mean, 105 speed is good enough for, like, the lower tiers that Manectric's gonna be in, that you can get about the same damage with, like, Choice Specs Manectric as you would Mega Evolving. Which is always the big debate when Megaing. Is it worth having this be my Mega? Alright. Sharpedo. Another speed boost Pokemon. Another frail mixed attacker. But hey, at least you have 95 speed and speed boost. Like, that's good. And Water Dark as a stab combo, like I said with Gyarados, is incredible. Can you liquidate? Hey, he liquidates. Probably something like this. And I would use this exact same moveset on this guy. Only maybe add Ice Fang. And you're probably wondering, why would I want to keep Protect on this set? Speed boost. Yeah, so you can rack up like 1 or 2 boosts to your speed before Mega Evolving and gaining like 140 attack and Strong Jaw. That's pretty good, especially when you have base 105 speed. You're probably going to outspeed a good number of things with that. The buff to special attack isn't as helpful. The defensive buff might bail you out every now and again, but you're still more or less a frail sweeper. And really, it's because of the benefits you get from base Sharpedo that Mega Sharpedo is so good. I think I'm going to put Sharpedo here. That seems good. Or, you know, I think it gets right here. I think I like it that much. Pretty cool design, and it is a very solid buff overall for the Pokemon. Because Sharpedo is pretty forgettable overall before the Mega. It's just kind of another kind of fast, frail mixed attacker from Hoenn. Can he erupt? I sure hope he can. 40 speed, frail, mixed attacker, Hoenn moment. Solid Rock kind of helps with the defenses. It's a lot better than Magma Armor or Anger Point. Those are pretty useless. And this move pool's not really saving you. Technically, you can run like Trick Room Eruption. Good luck with that, buddy. How's Mega Camera Up saving it? Oh god. So you lose 20 speed. I guess you're bulky now, sure. 120 attack, 145 special attack. Yay. Why are you still a mixed attacker, Camera Up? So it goes from 100 to 120. You could have kept the 100 attack. That's a solid attack stat. Overall, this just kind of gets added to the Trick Room party. Sheer Force is an incredible ability to have. And it pairs well with Earth Power and Fire Blast. And even some of its coverage, like Zen Headbutt, Stone Edge, Rock Slide, Heat Wave isn't coverage, but hey, it's boosted. But I don't know. It does improve what Camerupt already wanted to do, kind of, which is Trick Room Sweep. But Did Camerupt want to be a Trick Room Sweeper? I feel like it wanted to be a defensive Pokemon. Also, I really don't like this design. I can at least tell what Camerupt is supposed to be doing, unlike Aggron. Alright, so Altaria. Hey, Natural Cure's a good ability. I wish it had more health. Bulky, middling speed, mixed attacker. Hoenn moment. It has a good enough move pool. It's just like Dragon Flying doesn't lend itself to being a support defensive wall kind of Pokemon at all. And that's kind of what it wants to do. Obviously in like Terra metagames, you can swap this to like Steel or Fire or Ghost or Ground and or like Water, even Fairy. And you tank hits pretty well, and you can use your great support move pool that has Haze and Heal Bell and Roost and Perish Song and Roar. But I don't know, without like extra help, Altaria is kind of mediocre. I wonder how they can fix it with the Mega... Oh! Hey, that's a unique typing. Doesn't get any faster. That's unfortunate. So its entire boost goes into giving it 110 attack, 110 defense, and 110 special attack. Mixed attacker. Hoenn moment. However, it does have Pixelate, like Mega Gardevoir, and a pretty respectable amount of good normal moves. And unlike Mega Gardevoir, since it is a mixed attacker with Pixelate, you might actually consider running like Body Slam and Hyper Voice on the same set. I think the best way to run Mega Altaria is like a Dragon Dance with Earthquake kind of set. And then like Roost. But it actually does have like the defenses where if you wanted to, you could run a more supportive Mega Altaria. And having that strong Pixelate boosted Hyper Voice also helps out against like sweepers hiding behind a substitute, because you can just kind of Hyper Voice them, break the sub, and then haze them. I'm not saying you should run haze on Mega Altaria, but it actually is kind of like a jack of all trades Mega. Also, it's the only Dragon and Fairy as of right now, which is pretty neat. I'd say it at least gets an A. It's probably a little better than Gardevoir. Bayonet. Wow, am I looking at Pidgeot again? Where's its ability? I guess you're running Frisk. I hope you like playing Undertale. So 115 attack's pretty respectable. 65 speed, oh. Frail, second highest stat is 83 special attack. Mixed attacker, Hoenn moment. Oh, hey, that's good. So it actually does get 10 more special attack for some reason. And I wish it was just a little bit faster. 75 speed is okay, but I would have rather they made it join the Trick Room gang than debuff it, or like not debuff, but barely buff it up. The buff of defenses is nice though, because Ghost is a solid enough defensive typing where 64 HP with like 75, 83, not bad. And then, of course, we have to talk about the big improvement. 50 added on to its base attack. Incredible. So what are you doing with this thing? Oh, that's right. It's a physical ghost type. So I wish it had Poltergeist. But it hasn't learned Poltergeist as of this video. One day Megas will be back. So for now, it gets Wisp, right? Yeah, it does. For now, this is kind of all Mega Bayonet can do. Just be annoying with priority, which is good. But, like, again, you don't want to use your Mega Evolution as a Destiny Bonder. Having a Prankster Taunt and a Prankster Wisp is very good. I just wish it had more moves it could use. Because, I mean, the coverage isn't really there. You have Gunk Shot, I guess. Return. Sucker Punch. Trailblaze. Like, I'm looking for the moves. It's got special attacks. Shockwave. I don't know. Overall, I would say this is an improvement to base Bayonet. Because at least it's doing something. I'd say about here. Because these two are the this does not improve the Pokemon at all club. Scizor is basically the baseline for this Mega Evolution is the exact same Pokemon with slightly better stats. This has better stats and a better ability. Just doesn't excite me. If it had Poltergeist in a real meta, I'd be interested to see where it goes. It's OU. in the current meta for like Nat decks, which is definitely because it can Poltergeist. Absol. This thing's absolute garbage. No, it's not that bad. So I would probably use Super Luck with like slashing moves. 130 attack. I wish it had a real speed stat. Pretty unfortunate there, but it's pretty frail too. I can't say with 75 special attack that it's a Hoenn moment though. Like, it definitely is a physical attacker. And the move pool is definitely there. Like Mega Horn, Play Rough, Psycho Cut, Rock Slide, Shadow Claw, Stone Edge, Sucker Punch, X Scissors, Zen Headbutt, Wish, Knockoff. Anything else exciting? It's kind of it for exciting moves. So how do you make this not die as quickly? Well, you make it fast. Oh, and hey, it has magic bounce. That's good. So, Mega Absol is definitely a physical attacker. I don't know why they gave it 115 special attack. Hoenn moment. But it, thanks to Magic Bounce, this becomes a support Pokemon with like super frail stats just because it can bounce stuff away, knock off items, and then just kind of cleave through the enemy team with strong attacks. You can see all the moves here. It can Swords Dance. So if you catch them off guard with a Magic Bounce, you can start dancing and maybe catch a few wins that way. I really wish that they gave Mega Absol like the fairy typing, or heck, even like flying. Like, just having a secondary typing would help it out so much. Overall, I would say that this is an improvement on base Absol. Probably better than Manectric. Probably better than Gyarados. I'll put it here. Like, really, the buff to speed is the best part of this Mega. Well, Magic Bounce and then the buff to speed, but just being able to actually move first as Absol is a godsend. Glalie. Do I need to say more? So this thing is famously the best Moody abuser. Moody gives like a random stat boost and one random stat debuff every end of turn. So you move, or you and your opponent both move, whoever goes first and second. And then after all of that, you get your Moody effect. So you can combo that with, say, Protect. And then get some free Moody boost. You can also combo that with Disable. And try to get more Moody boosts. Besides that, typically you run like freeze dry and earthquake and try to kill stuff. And that's kind of base Glalie. It's not very exciting. Obviously, it's basically untiered in that decks, but I mean, hey, Moody is a strong effect. It actually is a banned ability. Without it, I guess you're running like inner focus with decently strong attacks, but like mediocre speed and mixed offenses. You know what I'm gonna say. Hoenn moment. So what does Glalie do? Good speed and good mixed offenses. Hoenn moment. Why is everything a mixed attacker in Hoenn? I can't complain too much about Glalie being a mixed attacker, however, because it does have refrigerate, which means all of these fantastic normal moves become ice type. You can hit them with return, and hit them with body slam, and hit them with ice type explosion, which is kind of crazy. And then, obviously beyond that, you have access to freeze dry, which is why I would say having a good special attack stat is still good, because this is the best ice move. You have a 10% freeze chance, and it's super effective on water. Like, need I say more? That's a good coverage move at the very least, and it's stab. And then typically you'd run Earthquake, and I believe Ice Shard? Let's kind of throw together a quick sample set. Something like this would be your typical Mega Glalie. But let's say theoretically you pair this with a Moody boost, and maybe you get like +2 speed. Hey, that's good. +2 attack, that's good. +2 special attack, yeah. And you'd even like a boost to your defenses. The big issue with megaing from a Moody boost is you might get minus speed, which you really don't want. Overall, I would say Mega Glalie goes... Let's say here. I would rather use it than these guys. I might have to start moving some more stuff down to B tier. Mega Glalie basically just takes an unusable Pokemon and makes it pretty solid. Also, if you like read the Dex entries, its jaw actually is shattered by Mega Evolution. Ouch! And then I suppose that the refrigerate effect is from all the cold seeping out of its gaping maw. That would be my guess. So Salamence. To me, Salamence has always kind of compared to Gyarados. I don't know if anybody else really sees it, but same exact abilities. And, I mean, obviously Salamence is a lot stronger. But, for the most part, I kind of see it as slightly better Gyarados, where Dragon Stab is great, you don't really have a flying move, and you have like good attack, good speed, Probably run like Scarf Moxie, or you can run like Life Orb with Dragon Dance. I know this special attack stat is really good in doubles because it has spread moves like Heat Wave and Earth. Well, Earthquake isn't a special move, but I know it uses the special attack for something. Draco Meteor is a good special move that it has. But anyways, Salamence, I mean, it is a pseudo-legendary, so it is good. What is this? 120. 120 speed. More bulk. More special attack. Only 10 more attack, but aerial hate? Pinsir in shambles. Very cool design, too. I would say what makes this thing more broken than anything is it goes from 80 defense to 130 after you intimidate them with Salamence. Insane. And then it can do like the same thing Pinsir does, where it paralyzes you with Body Slam, murders you with Double Edge. You can Dragon Dance up, Hyper Voice for doubles, just annihilate everything. You also have like a strong return. This is basically what Salamence always wished for. Flying Stab. And I would say, overall, it makes it a little bit too strong. I don't think Salamence needed a Mega Evolution. I would say that it's more warranted than Mega Tyranitar, which is not even really an improvement on base Tyranitar. But did Salamence need a Mega? It was already great. Speaking of, did this Pokemon need a Mega? So this is the other Hoenn pseudo-legendary, Metagross. Pretty good stats, right? And it does get agility. So typically what you would do is agility and then sweep through with pretty good attack. And you're bulky enough where you probably live some hits. And hey, Clear Body is useful. Good God. So, massive boost to speed. It's one weakness. Even more defense. The special attack boost doesn't really matter that much. But 145 attack with Tough Claws. And do you know what stab moves it has? It has Bullet Punch. It has Meteor Mash. It has Zen Headbutt. And then, I mean, you can run Earthquake if you want, but, I mean, you can top it off with a nice, juicy, like, Ice Punch for those dragons. Or you can even drop Zen Headbutt for Earthquake or something. This thing's unkillable! They took away Metagross's only weakness, which is that it was slow. How do you beat Mega Metagross? That's why it's in Ubers, by the way. Insane Pokemon. And actually, I'm going to put it at the top of C. I don't think that Metagross needed a Mega, but I am happy that Metagross got a buff that it needed. See, with these guys who didn't need a Mega Evolution, they at least didn't need a Mega Evolution and weren't really positively affected by their Mega. Like, you can still look at the regular and go, yeah, it's still good. Throw a Life Orb or a Choice Band on there. It's still destroying things. The plus to speed for Metagross is insane. Plus, just even more damage output. Alright, so now we have some trash. I think I'm going to talk about these at the same time. So this is Mega Latios. This is Mega Latios. Latios. You see, the difference is their eye color. Could you tell the difference? And I mean, there's a reason these Megas look the same, right? It's because they were basically made for the soaring mechanic? I don't want to say mini game. They were made for soaring around Hoenn in Oris. Which, I mean, is a fun idea. But it is kind of lazy that they just, like, recycled the same model for both games. So Latios and Latios... Latios is more based on, like, defensive defensive plays. Latios is a little more offensive. And, like, not, like, massively. Like, you can see 130 special, 110 special defense, and then it just flops here. And same with defense and attack. They're just a little bit different. So I'm actually curious how much the stats between the Megas change. 140, 150? Oh, 160, 120. Oh, okay, so they actually lean a little bit harder in with the Megas. So Mega Latios is definitely bulky Pokemon. And Mega Latios is definitely offensive mix attacker. Does it have any physical attacks that it wants to use? Maybe Earthquake. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of weird. I probably would have put, like, some of this into defenses. And I probably would have put some of this into speed? Make it like a fast support mon? But I don't know. Then I guess we could talk move pools. I mean, this guy's good at attacking. Lots of attacking moves. I mean, this guy is good at supporting, I guess. Lots of support moves. Why do they keep Levitate? This is another situation where it's comparable to just using specs. Or, hey, maybe you want leftovers? It's very much one of those situations where it's hard to justify making this your Mega when you already have a legendary. Like, 600 BST is good. 700 is also good, but like 600 with an item, that's not bad. So I would definitely say that Mega Latias is in Kalos' finest. Yeah, I'd say both of them. This one's a little better. I think the music cut out again. 1 second. Here, we'll swap it up a bit. Have a little bit of Persona music. Alright, so next up. These are kind of cheating, but I'm going to talk about them anyways. So Primal Reversion is a little bit different from Mega Evolutions, where you don't get to choose when they revert. If you're holding the blue orb for Kyogre or the red orb for Groudon, they will always revert into their primal form when they hit the field. Is that worth it? Let's talk about it. So probably the most popular Kyogre set is the Mighty Scarfed Kyogre. Probably something like this. So with Water Spout, 150 special attack, a rain boost, and the Choice Scarf, you're probably going first, and you're probably killing something. Think like special attacking Dracovish. It's like that levels of power. This is the original fish that murders everything. So obviously Primal Kyogre plays very differently. So you'll notice it doesn't gain speed. Very tragic. It doesn't gain defense. Whatever. Plus 20 special defense. Plus 30 special attack. And for some reason, plus 50 attack? I don't really know why. I guess so you can click Earthquake and Heavy Slam. Oh boy! The big reason you're using Primal Kyogre is for permanent rain with Primordial Sea. So what Primordial Sea does is it's like rain plus. So Generation 6 changed the rain abilities from being infinite to 5 turns. Like if you were using Rain Dance. Same for all the weathers, by the way. So this will apply to Groudon too. But so it used to be Kyogre would come out with Drizzle and just have the rain up for it forever. So it was firing off thunders forever, boosted water moves forever. Now it only has 5 turns. So it can either be supportive and run a Damp Rock, to extend out its rain for 8 turns if you're running it on like a rain team, or on like turn 4 of the rain, you have to switch out. Like, it's definitely a nerf, but it was a needed nerf. Weather in Generation 5 was insane. So yeah, it's back. And it is very much rain plus. Because it also weakens... Or not weakens fire attacks. Fire attacks fail under Primordial Sea. Very powerful effect. Is it that much of a buff over base Kyogre, though? I would say yes. I'm gonna say B tier? Top of B. It's kind of like a flip-flop for Kyogre, where you get the benefits of the old rain mechanics back at the cost of your speed stat, because you can no longer run Scarf. Let's see how his worst enemy, Gordon, here fares. So, I won't lie, Gordon's not quite as good as its buddy Kyle. Definitely a strong physical attacker. I don't know why it has 100 special attack, and it could be faster than 90. Hoenn moment, I guess. But, I mean, Drought does weaken water attacks, which you are weak to as a ground type. And you have Earthquake, I guess. And you can run, like, boosted fire attacks. So, like, Fire Punch. Definitely run Heat Crash in modern metagames. But since we're talking about Primal Groudon, which hasn't been seen since Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, sadly you don't get Heat Crash. I wish you did. But yeah, Groudon, unlike Kyogre, is definitely more apt to be a support Pokemon with like Spikes and Stealth Rock with a Heat Rock. But, I mean, it can still function with these stats as a strong, terrifying physical attacker. Speaking of strong, terrifying physical attacker. Oh my god. 150 special attack. 160 defense. 180 attack. It's a big glow up. And Desolate Land. So you might notice it has this suspect ground fire typing. Water fails. Every water attack under Desolate Land evaporates. So now, Groudon, with 150 special attack, can fire back on the mighty water spout with its own eruption. And it also has like stab fire attacks in general, so it can run like Heat Wave and doubles, Fire Punch, even like Fire Blast and Flamethrower will still do lots of damage. And then you still have like an extremely strong Earthquake and all this really good coverage. Precipitate Blades is also a strong move. The problem is the 85 accuracy. If you feel safe with that, feel free. Oh, and then also even stronger Solar Beam for those water types. Very, very good. I would say Primal Groudon gets to go above Kyogre. Again, you're losing out on getting a speed boost by choosing these forms. But at the same time, the benefits from Primal Kyogre definitely make it worth it. I think it's time to reorder a bit. I think Primal Groudon has to go here. And I think I'm going to move X and Venusaur down to B. I think right here's a good spot. So these guys kind of have to change up. Well, not really Ampharos, but Slowbro has to change its playstyle. Houndoom has to change its playstyle. Ampharos doesn't really get a huge boost from its form change. Groudon becomes immune to water and gains a stab. Like, that's incredible. If it wasn't already Groudon, an impressively strong box legendary, it would go above Sableye. Because that's a great buff for a mediocre Pokemon. But it's Groudon. It's not mediocre. It's incredible. Alright, now we gotta talk about the elephant in the room. Anytime you talk about Megas. Is that boy Ray Ray? What's going on? Rayquaza. So, Airlock, basically Cloud9, cancels out weather abilities. Decent speed, mixed attacks, Hoenn moment. Wow. 115 attack. Not a lot of stuff outspeeding that. 180 attack, 180 special attack. Wow. Amazing defenses. 105 HP. Like, great. And then 100, 100. If only it wasn't a dragon flying type, right? I mean, like we talked about with Altaria. Dragon flying, that's not very good defensively. Oh, what does Delta Stream do? Oh, it doesn't tell us. So Delta Stream. It makes, the weaknesses to flying type go down to just normal effectiveness. How I understand it. So, if you're rock sliding Rayquaza, it's not super effective. It's just normal damage it would take from a 75 base power move hitting it. That is really good with these stats. Not to mention these moves. V-Create is really what used to push it over the edge. I think it lost V-Create in modern metas. But even then, like, extreme speed, really good. Draco Meteor, ouch. Dragon Ascent, whew. Imagine having Brave Bird with no recoil. Like, jeez. Better than the fish. The main reason I'm putting it down here is obviously when remaking Ruby and Sapphire, you're going to have the main trio legendaries have mega evolutions. Like, that's a given. However, you didn't have to make such an overpowered Pokemon. Like, Rayquaza was already pretty good. Like, all these moves, regular Rayquaza has. And sure, it's not lightning fast, but it can Dragon Dance. So, I mean, like, it's not dying. and you just turn it into the most broken thing ever. Definitely overkill with all of those pseudo legendaries and legendaries getting mega evolutions. Luckily, I think the insanely broken mega evolutions are behind us. Now what's left is pretty solid buffs and the painfully mediocre. So starting off our Sinnoh adventure. Oh yeah, we made it out of Hoenn finally, thank Lord. Starting off the Sinnoh region megas, we have Lopunny. So I guess Limber's okay. Being immune to paralysis is good. Klutz is horrendous. Cute Charm is mostly useless. What in God's name are these stats? I would die for this to be a Hoenn moment. Where is an offensive stat? 76 attack? Ew! So, I think the idea with Lopunny is you have like an item that is negatively affecting you with Klutz. And then you like trick it off. Wait, does it not get tricked? Switcheroo? There we go. You can use Switcheroo, right? Yeah, you just can't fling. So, I think the idea with Lopunny is you go first and you give your opponent a bad item and take their good item. The problem is, what are you doing with their good item? I guess you can, like, be annoying with Encore and Fake Out. I really don't know what else you're doing with this thing. Huh, maybe the Mega Evolution makes it a little better. Oh, wow. So, plus 10 defense, pretty good. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Plus 30 speed, incredible. And I honestly can't do the math on that off the top of my head. Plus 60? Yeah, plus 60 attack. Good God. So, Lopunny kind of went from this weird support Pokemon to a incredibly strong, frail, well, not really frail, but kind of frail physical sweeper. Notable moves. Fake Out. You can fake out everything with Scrappy. That's going to hit really hard. You have Drain Punch for some recovery. You can hit everything thanks to Scrappy. High Jump Kick. Ouch. Ice Punch. Really good coverage. Quick Attack. It goes first. Thunder Punch. Good coverage. U-Turn. Triple Axle. Oh, well, ignore Triple Axle. This is talking about Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, and back. Play Rough, pretty good. Really, the big thing that you're doing is you probably have Fake Out, you probably have High Jump Kick. You definitely have Ice Punch. And for your last move, probably like U-turn or something. You're just trying to nuke things with your incredibly strong attack. And I don't think there's anything that's really going to be immune to your attacks either. Except for like, maybe there's a Mold Breaker Ghost type I can't think of. My biggest issue with Lopunny really is its design. Like, I know it's based on like a Playboy bunny, but like, why the tights? Like, I get it's like going on the offensive now, so it's got like its ear hair in braids. I don't really know what the like butterfly on its head is either. It's just definitely made to be like a pander. And I mean, it worked. People really like Mega Lopunny, but as far as ranking it, it's definitely a huge improvement. I would say it's definitely better than Glalie. Is it better? I don't think it's better than Gardevoir, though. Or no, because base Lopunny is just so unusable. I think I like Altaria a little bit more. I just wish the design wasn't so pandery, and maybe that it had some more moves, but I mean, they gave it more moves in Sword and Shield. It's just Megas don't exist. Alright. It is time for the Mega Evolution that is going to go at the very bottom of this list. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. Look at these stats. 102 speed, good enough. 130 attack, great. 108, 95, 85 defenses, very bulky. You also have rough skin. Pair that with like a rocky helmet. Comes a very good defensive Pokemon. You can throw out rocks and tank things with your really good stats. Ground Stab is incredible. And you have like good coverage with Iron Head and Poison Jab. Very strong Outrage coming off of Garchomp. What is this? Minus 10 speed. Plus 10 special defense. Why? Plus 40 special attack. Why? Plus 20 defense? Oh, okay. Plus 40 attack is really good. Really, the big advantage that Mega Garchomp has is the attack buff with Sand Force. And technically, you want to run Garchomp in Sand anyways because of Sand Veil. But nobody runs Sand Veil Garchomp anymore. Evasion isn't a fun way to play the game. Because even if you're the one running the evasion ability, you're banking on a 25% boost to your evasion. Which, I mean, is good, but 3 out of every 4 times you're getting hit. So I'd rather have Rough Skin. Here, you're getting a Life Orb boost on your ground, rock, and steel moves. So, I mean, hey, that's pretty good. You run Iron Head for fairies. You run Earthquake as your main stab. And I know you get Rock Slide. yeah, you're running Rock Slide. I mean, hey, that's pretty good. You run like uh wherever the heck Outrage is. The big issue is you can't boost your speed. Very, very similar to the Trick Room Squad or even like Kyogre. Being able to run Scarf on Garchomp, with Garchomp already having better speed than Mega Garchomp, is very important. It's such a downgrade. Also, I just don't like this design. Like, this guy's cool. Why does he have, like, the crimson chin? He's got, like, spikes coming out of him everywhere now. For some reason, the Pokédex decided that its arms melt in Mega Evolution and become these scythes, and it pisses it off. I don't want to melt my Garchomp. Garchomp's cool. We're buddies. I feel like genuinely bad for any Garchomp that has to Mega Evolve. Alright, so now we get to talk about Lucas. So Lucario on its own, pretty solid Pokemon. It doesn't really have an ability. I would probably say that the best ability to give it, for like singles at least, is Inner Focus. Justified is like okay if you're running physical, which you might be. And then like Steadfast is more of like a doubles thing. So the big thing that makes Lucario good is it has extreme speed. It has Meteor Mash for physical. And then on the special side, it learns Vacuum Wave. And it has Aura Sphere. Like very good moves overall. It does have more stuff. Like you can run Flash Cannon on the special side, and on the physical side you can run Close Combat. It also has pretty decent coverage. It gets Blaze Kick, Bullet Punch, Dark Pulse, Dragon Pulse for some reason, Poison Jab, Rock Slide, Shadow Ball, Shadow Claw, Stone Edge. It wishes it was a little faster, but I'm not going to call a Hoenn moment on this one, just because Fighting Steel is a really good dual stab, and it has the offenses and the moves to actually make this work. So I said Fighting Steel is a good dual stab. Give it adaptability. Hey, there you go. We just fixed Lucario. Oh, and we also gave it a giant speed stat. So this is the poster child for Mega Evolution. In X and Y, this is the first one you get, and is the tutorial Mega. And it definitely is one of the cooler ones. It operates very similarly to regular Lucario, to where you're using your strong stab moves in conjunction with a boosting move. However, keep in mind that they gave it a higher attack than special attack, unlike regular Lucario. And on its attacking stab, you have two of the best moves of the types. You have Close Combat for fighting, and Meteor Mash for steel. Combo that with Swords Dance and Extreme Speed, and you have yourself a Pokemon in Ubers. This is basically just a straight upgrade for Lucario. The design is kind of whatever. It gets kind of fluffier. and it's like its fur gets darker and it gets like some orange bits. I don't know, like it's cool, but I'm definitely more interested in it for the power boost than just looking at the design. So I would say this is a direct upgrade to Lucario, which means it goes in the direct upgrade squad. I'll put it below Blaziken. I'll put it above Blaziken. I think Slowpoke can go down here. So, the big thing holding Lucario back, for me personally, is really just kind of the designs, whatever, and like base Lucario isn't that useless, but it is a massive boost. Like I would definitely say if you want to use Lucario and the Mega is available, use the Mega. Now let me be clear. I, President Obama Snow, have never really been a meta threat. However, I am the first Pokemon with Snow Warning, meaning that I am an excellent addition to your team if you want a Snow Sweeper. Now let me be clear. My stats may reek of Hoenn moment. However, I do have the move pool to make it work. Alright, let's see the Mega. Oh my lord, minus 30 speed. Oh no. You do get a 30 boost to your defense and a 20 boost to your special defense. However, you're a grass ice type. You're dying to everything. 90 health is pretty good. 132 attacking stats. Okay. Yeah. Wow, that is bad. Like, all of these didn't need to exist. Abomasnow is just that abominable. Why would you ever use this? This is the biggest waste of a Mega Stone you could probably ever have. Like, I don't know how you could make a Pokemon more useless than this. At least you can set Snow for 8 turns with Abomasnow. So, Gallade's an interesting conundrum because it used to not have sharpness. Now you're definitely running sharpness on this thing. But back in the day, I would probably say your best bet is like Justified. Probably. Steadfast is good in doubles, but probably like Justified. Maybe you get hit with like a weak Pursuit and you get a +1 attack. And then kind of like Gardevoir, you're stuck running a Scarf and then whatever physical moves you have, because you are a physical attacker as Gallade. Obviously, close combat's incredible. You have Bulk Up to kind of patch up your weaker defense. Psycho Cut. You have Zen Headbutt, which used to be your best psychic attack. And then, yeah, I mean, you have Shadow Sneak, so hey, cool. I wonder how they can improve this with Mega Gallade. +1 speed on a flinch. Immune to flinching. I probably would have rather wanted to keep Steadfast, if I'm being honest. Being immune to flinching is nice, but I don't know. You're not getting flinched that often outside of like doubles where like fake outs everywhere, but I don't know. So you get 42 attack. That's great. You get 30 defense. And the rest goes into speed. Great. So you're not losing anything by losing Scarf. Or by losing access to Scarf, I mean. And, I mean, the move pool is already pretty solid, so... And Swords Dance up, click strong stab moves. It's okay. I just wish it had an ability. It's probably like Aerodactyl tier. Probably about here. It's kind of like yeah, it's probably like Mega Metagross in a lot of ways, where the speed boost is what makes you want to use it over its base form. Because, like, really, without the added speed, you could get the same traction out of, like, Choice Band Gallade. Especially now that it has sharpness. Back in the day, it didn't have sharpness. And honestly, if Mega Gallade ever comes back, I would hope that it would just get sharpness over inner focus. That'd be really helpful. Alright. And with that, we are done with Sinnoh. And we only have 2 more Megas to go. Can you believe it? Now, for some reason, Unova only got a single Mega. Mega Audino. So Audino is more or less a bad Chansey. You'll notice 103 health, not bad. 86 defenses. And then its attacks are nothing to call home about. And it's slow. So, I mean, this is supposed to be a support Pokemon. Its support move pool is fine. And Regenerator is an amazing ability. It's just kind of hard to justify using this thing when there are better, like, normal blobs that just tank tons of damage. Really, the only thing that Audino has going for it is Regenerator. What? Where? What? No. You mean you kept Healer? You kept Healer as its ability? Why didn't you keep Regenerator? I'm not actually that mad. Mega Audino. I don't know about this one. Ooh. So it actually has good defenses now. And they buffed up its special attack a little bit. And it does have Draining Kiss. So hey, that's nice. So you can Calm Mind up now with it. And it does have a good special move pool. The big issue is it can really only heal with Wish and Draining Kiss, which means that you're probably looking at this. Man, isn't that an exciting moveset? I sure hope your opponent doesn't resist Fairy. Ugh. I would kind of compare this to Mega Slowbro, where you lose Regenerator in exchange for better defenses. But the defenses would be better with Regenerator. Like, if Audino got, like, battle armor or something, then I could kind of see this being okay. But with how it stands, I mean, hey, 30% chance that you cure your ally's status condition. Yay? I can't say Audino didn't need a Mega. It's just a really bad Mega. No, I mean, I've got to be honest. This is the worst Mega Evolution, right? No, I think we have to be actually honest here. Audino at least gets plus 20 special attack and doesn't lose any speed, Obama. Alright. And now, last but not least, the final Mega Evolution ever. I'm sure there'll be new Megas in the X and Y remake that will happen in like 10 years, but hey, for now, Mega Diancie is the final Mega Evolution. Like, going in Pokédex order. So how good is Diancie? Hoenn moment. No, it actually has good defenses. I wish it had more HP. But hey, Clear Body's pretty good. Especially when you're focused on being defensive. And, I mean, it has a pretty solid move pool. I wish Diamond Storm was a special attack. And I wish it got better. Excuse me. I wish it had a better, like, physical move pool to pair with Diamond Storm. It does have Play Rough, but that's the only physical fairy move. And it doesn't really have physical coverage as far as I know. Does it learn Earthquake? No, it learns Earth Power. You see, so you want to go special. It learns Power Gem, though, right? Yeah, it does. The problem is, though, like, you want the 50% chance to raise your defense by 2, right? Like, that's a very powerful effect. I don't know. It's a very weird Pokemon. What's its tier? Oh, are you? Yeah, that makes sense. Like, it's very solid, but overall, it's not really making a huge splash. So yeah, so you just give it some offensive power and boost that speed. It actually, it basically flops or flip-flops the defenses with the attack stats, right? More or less. It adds on to both, but so now it's doing insane damage with its pretty good coverage here. And it goes first. Pretty good. With Magic Bounce, it also stays as a defensive Pokemon. In fact, an even better defensive Pokemon than regular Diancie. Where would I put this? I think right there is good. So, I know Diancie is, like, technically a legendary, and excluding the Oris cover trio, I tried to make legendaries getting megas a bad thing, but Diancie was designed to have this mega evolution. And it actually is a really good tutorial for the power of megas, because, like I highlighted, it stays a solid defensive Pokemon while gaining good offensive abilities, like overall. Like good speed, boosted attacks. Really the only problem is it's stuck with Carbink's HP set, because it's technically a Carbink. In fact, all Diancie gains is plus 50 to attack and special attack. Isn't that funny? How weird. Wait, so does Carbink's little ears become Diancie's arms? Because it technically evolves from Carbink. Interesting. Alright. I can clear that off. So now we just have to look at the tier list that I built and see if there's anything I want to change. So I do think that these are in the order that I definitely agree with. He's pretty bad. He's pretty bad. I think I'm gonna move Gengar down to here. It just really didn't need Shadow Tag. That's way too strong. And I think I'm gonna move Heracross down to C. There we go. I'm liking how this looks. Alright. So, this is the list. Love it or hate it, it's just my opinion, bro. So, thank you for anyone who's watched this far. I think I'm alone in the stream, but if I'm not, thank you for being here live. If you'd like to watch any more of these tier list vids or upcoming playing a game live streams as they're actually going on, try to join the Discord, which I believe I have linked in my channel description. Let me double check. I do. Okay, so yeah, join the Discord if you want to know what's going on, or just chat with me. Yell at me about how Mega Gengar deserves to be an S tier, because Gengar is your favorite Pokemon, and no, it wasn't broken without the Mega. Beyond that, I am brainstorming some future projects that won't be live streams, but there's enough stuff in my way right now where I can't really get the ball rolling on anything, but soon I'll have maybe an actual video out that'll be kind of interesting. With all that being said, I don't think I'm leaving anything off. This has been Wiz, signing off. Thank you for watching.